Hello, friends. At the beginning of the episode, we are shown a scene with many dragons that have been killed by someone. At this moment, we see this person, whose condition is currently very critical, and he is vomiting a lot of blood. But just then, a very powerful dragon appears behind this person and attacks him with its foot. Due to this, the person gets severely injured and is taking his last breaths. He thinks to himself that all his team members have been killed, and now he is also about to die. But he wonders if that other team were here, would they have defeated this dragon? At this moment, that person dies. After this, we are shown a girl who had a formation on her hand, which now fades away. Seeing this, the girl says that all the members of the team that went to complete this raid have died, and now we will have to kill all these dragons. We are shown this lady, whose name is Iris, and Iris is the leader of the Death Squad. After this, we are shown the second person of Iris's team, whose name is Kel, and he is the world's most powerful magician. Then we are shown the third member of this team, whose name is King Tai, and he is the world's strongest swordmaster. Along with this, we are shown the last member of this team and our hero, whose name is King Hansu, and he is the last member of this team and the world's strongest hunter. After this, the narrator tells us that this world has been completely destroyed, and now only a few people are left in this entire world. But all these hunters have found a very powerful magical device that can send one person back in time. Now the hope of all humans is tied to this device, and everyone has decided that they will send back the person who is the strongest so that he can go back in time to save humanity and save everyone from the disaster that will happen in the future. After this, we are shown the present scene, where King Tai is saying, "Friends, you know that I am very strong, so I think, why don't you send me back in time?" Hearing this, the friend standing next to him says, "Tai, I think you are saying that I defeated you very badly just some time ago, which means I am stronger than you, and I should be the one to go back in time." Hearing their conversation, the lady says, "You both are very strong, but perhaps you are forgetting one thing, that there is another person present here who is the strongest among us all." And we see that the lady walks up to our hero and says, "King, I want you to go back in time so that you can save humanity, and I feel that you are the only person best suited for this." Hearing this, King is not surprised at all, and he says, "Well, Iris, do you know that since I entered the abyss until today, I have fought so many battles where every time my life was at great risk, but I still kept fighting because I wanted to stay alive. But all this never ended, and these fights just kept going on, and the result was that one day I became the strongest. But now I am tired of all these things. But now you are telling me to go back to that same hell again. So isn't it better that I accept my death and sleep a peaceful sleep?" Hearing this, the lady holds King's hand and says, "King, what kind of things are you saying? We are always with you, and we have always considered you our friend. So why have you given up already?" Hearing this, King looks towards his friends, and Kel says, "King, Iris is absolutely right. You shouldn't lose hope yet, considering you are the strongest among us, and I still remember that we entered the abyss 20 years before you, but you became stronger than us in just 5 years. Hearing this, King Tai says, "By the way, King, I am thinking that you became so strong in just 5 years, and now when you go back in time, how much stronger will you become? I can't even imagine it." But along with this, King Tai says, "By the way, King, if you don't intend to go back in time, then it's no problem. I am ready to go. Just convince Iris about this." Hearing this, Iris gets very angry, and she looks at King Tai with great rage, and seeing Iris so angry, King Tai gets very scared. And he says, "King, I was just joking, buddy. There can't be a better person than you for this very important mission of ours." And seeing this, King smiles and says, "All right, if that is what you guys want, then I'm ready for it too." After which, King walks up to that device, and we are told about this device, which is a very powerful powerful reincarnation device, but it can only be used once, after which this device will be destroyed. But just then, a very strong earthquake occurs here, due to which everyone was quite surprised. But we are shown that this is not an earthquake, but rather many dragons have arrived here. And at this moment, we see a dragon who has charged a very powerful attack in its mouth, seeing which Kel says, "Everyone get back quickly. I will handle this attack." And at this moment, Kel activates a very powerful magic of his. And right then, Kel creates a huge formation here. And we are shown that when this attack hits this formation, the attack gets destroyed right there. After which, he shouts and says, "Iris and King Tai, hurry up and fight these dragons. I will activate this reincarnation device so that I can send King to the past. Otherwise, this device might also get destroyed here." Hearing this, King Tai says, "Don't worry. Leave these dragons to me. I will handle them." And we see that he has stopped a very large rock with just one hand. After which, the lady also takes out her spear to fight these dragons, and she moves forward to attack these dragons. After which, Iris activates her skill, which looks very powerful. And seeing this, King Tai has also activated some unique skill of his, and we see that due to this skill, King Tai's hair has also turned red, just like fire. And at this moment, he releases his very powerful aura, after which he launches a very dangerous attack on these dragons with his sword. And due to this attack, there's a lot of destruction here. But King Tai sees that his attack has made no difference to these dragons. And at this moment, a dragon attacks him with its foot, which King Tai
has stopped with his sword, but he's facing a lot of trouble with it. And seeing this, King is going to fight these dragons, but Kel stops him right there and says, "King, please don't go from here. I know that you want to save King Tai, but if you go to the past, then you can save not just us, but the entire humanity." So hearing this, King stops right there. After that, the Valkyrie says, "King, when you go to the past, then definitely make friends this time. And I know that you don't like making friends, but when you make those people your friends, take good care of them and protect everyone." And at this moment, the Valkyrie looks at King and says, "You never listened to me, but can you agree to this last thing of mine?" So hearing this, King smiles and says, "Well, I can certainly try." So hearing this, the Valkyrie says, "You have always been very annoying. So all right, I think I should leave now, because now perhaps we are going to meet in the past." After which, the Valkyrie leaves from there. After which, we see that Kel has started his magic, and along with this, he's saying, "King, because now you are going to the past, I want you to know about one thing. Perhaps you won't remember, but when the Great War happened, there were many people who betrayed us, and we killed them all. But during that war, you lost control over yourself, and at that time, you caused a massacre in that war. And whenever I think about that day, I feel very scared of you. But please, now because you are going to the past, I want you not to kill any person without a reason." And King is listening to all these things very carefully, and he says, "All right, don't worry, I will keep this in mind." And at this moment, we see that the device has been completely activated and it reincarnates our hero into his previous life. After which, we are shown all the people around King who are currently very panicked, and they are saying, "What has happened here? After all, how did we suddenly get teleported here? I remember I was at my home, but how did I suddenly come here?" And we are shown that there are many people here who are currently very confused and are discussing this thing among themselves.
talking about this. And we see King, who is thinking, "So finally, I have returned to the day when I entered the abyss for the first time." And we are shown this entire area where everything around has been destroyed. And with this, King thinks while smiling, "So that device really did its job. But in this life, I am not going to fail." After which, we see the people around who are currently very scared, and they are not understanding what has actually happened to them and how they have suddenly teleported to this place. And seeing the condition of these people, King is thinking everything is happening exactly as it happened that time, and everyone is so confused because no person knows that they are not on Earth right now, and they all have been teleported inside another world. After which, King tells us about his life, that when I was born on Earth, I had been hearing these things since childhood, that people disappear suddenly, after which they never come back, and no one knows where they go. But at that time, I felt that perhaps they might have been killed due to some accident. But the day I turned 20, suddenly my life changed completely because I got teleported inside the abyss. And after coming to the abyss, I found out that every year many people are teleported here, and here people acquire very powerful skills, after which they become very powerful, and everyone calls these people heroes or hunters. And inside this world, there are many monsters present, by fighting whom we can increase our strength. And about 5 years after entering the abyss, many different dimensions started opening in this world, from which very powerful monsters started coming out. And at this time, a very big war started, in which millions of people were killed. And during that war, I also narrowly escaped death many times. After which we are shown the present scene, where King, while warming up, is thinking, there is still 5 years' time for the Great War to start, and in this time I will have to make myself so strong that I can survive the Great War very easily. At this moment, a dimension crack opens in the sky.
After which a creature comes out of this crack, seeing which everyone is quite surprised. But we see that the creature is behaving quite strangely, because perhaps it has come to guide people for the first time. After which that creature says, I am your assistant manager, and I will guide you about this world. So hearing this, everyone gets very surprised, and they are saying, what is this thing after all? Is it a monster? How did it suddenly appear here? And they are talking a lot about that creature. So hearing their talk, that creature says, please everyone be quiet. Listen to me. I have come here to give you very important information. And seeing this creature talking so politely, King is thinking he's talking to everyone here very politely, but in a short while he will show his true colors to everyone. And I know that this is not a normal creature, but this creature is a very powerful monster, and all the people here will be fighting among themselves because of this monster in a short while. After which the creature says, friends, first of all, I welcome you to this world. The world you're all present in is named Abyss, and this is a place where you can make yourself strong and even become immortal. So hearing this, everyone is getting very surprised, and they are not understanding anything about what this creature is saying. But at this moment, a person shouts at that creature and says, stop your nonsense. What are you after all? Is there a prank happening with us here? If this is really a prank of yours, then I will definitely complain to the police about this. And hearing this person's words, this creature gets very angry, and he speaks to this person in a lot of anger. Stop your nonsense, because I'm not joking here, and listen to me with absolute silence. And seeing this, that person also gets very surprised, and he's thinking, whatever this thing is, it was talking very politely just now, but suddenly its tone has completely changed, and suddenly why am I feeling scared of this creature? But at this moment we see that the creature, laughing a lot, says, friends, so I was telling you that right now you are present inside the abyss, and here your
No rule of earth applies here, meaning you can do whatever you want in this world, according to your will, and no person will be able to stop you. And inside this world, you can make yourself as strong as you want, and as you keep getting stronger, your lifespan will also keep increasing, and in this way, you can even become immortal. At this moment, the creature says while being very happy, just like you people must have seen inside movies, that heroes suddenly get powers and they become very strong, and no person is ever able to defeat them, and they always win against their opponents. And just like that, you people can also make yourselves strong, and no person will be able to defeat you. And at this moment, that creature says, I know you people must not be believing my words, so all right, I will show you a sample. And at this moment, he snaps his fingers, and we see that the person whom this creature had just silenced, this creature blasts that person's body, and that person dies right here. And seeing this, all the people around get very shocked, and they get quite panicked, and are saying, how did this happen? After all, this creature killed this person in one go, just by snapping his fingers. And at this moment, that creature says, forgive me. Actually, the reason is that I don't like noise at all, and this person was talking a bit too much nonsense, so I have silenced him forever, and now he will never make noise. But at this moment, we see that all the people around have become very panicked, and they start running from there, and they are shouting, "This creature is a monster. Run from here and save your lives, otherwise it will kill us all." And hearing this, that creature gets very angry, and he starts killing more people there. And seeing this, everyone is getting very panicked, but at this moment he shouts and says, "Didn't I tell you people that I don't like noise? Everyone be quiet right now." And at this very moment, we see that those people who were making a lot of noise right now get very scared hearing this creature's words, and they become absolutely silent. And seeing this, that creature says while laughing, "Now that is like it. And because all of you have listened to me, so come, let me show you something magical."
After which, the person whom this creature had killed, the creature extracts a magical stone from inside his body, and he says, "The magical stone you people are seeing, we call it runes. And in this world, there are runes of 8 colors in total, and inside every magic stone, there is a different power present." After which, that creature says, "The magic stone I have right now is a strength type magic stone, and if you use it, then your strength will increase from before." After which, that creature says, "Tell me, does any person among you want to use this magic stone? If you want this, then I can give this to you." So hearing this, all the persons are very panicked, and no person is coming forward to take this magic stone. But at this moment, King raises his hand and says, "Can you give this magic stone to me?" And along with this, King is thinking, "Right now my body is very weak, and with the help of these magic stones, I can make myself strong very quickly." And we see that that creature has become very surprised seeing such confidence of King, and he immediately comes to King and he says, "Boy, I liked this attitude of yours very much. So all right, this magic stone is yours." And he gives this magic stone to King, and as soon as King holds this magic stone inside his hand, this magic stone gets absorbed inside his body. After which, that creature says, "I know when you absorb this magic stone, you must be having a little strange feeling inside your body, and now you must be feeling stronger than before, because these magic stones work exactly like this. Suppose if the power of your punch is 1 kilo, then when you absorb this magic stone, the power of your punch becomes 2 kilos, and your punch becomes even stronger than before." But we see that hearing all this makes no difference to King, and seeing this, that creature becomes very surprised, and he's thinking, "Why is this person not reacting differently after all?" After which, that creature says, "I thought you were an interesting person, but you are quite boring." And that creature speaks to the other people present there, that more crystals have come out from inside other dead bodies here. Do you people want them? Do you want to absorb them? So hearing this, the people around are quite panicked. Seeing this, the monster says, "You people are getting a bit too scared, so all right, I will tell you about these things. We call such crystals magic stones, and every magic stone has a different ability, but this is not a bad thing, and it does not have any bad impact on your body. Rather, it helps in making your body even stronger, and inside this world, whatever living things are present, inside all of them, a magic stone is present. Even inside human bodies, magic stones are present, and when any person or that living thing dies, then its magic stone comes out from inside its body." And he says, "Just as you can see that the dead bodies lying here, from inside them, their magic stones have come out, and if you want, you can absorb these magic stones and make yourself strong." And when these people understand about these things, then they all very quickly run towards these magic stones to acquire them, and every person is trying to acquire this magic stone, and all these people start fighting among themselves for these magic stones. And at this moment, when they were about to acquire these magic stones, the creature takes these magic stones back to himself, and he says, "I'm keeping these magic stones with me. If you want to acquire more magic stones, then you will have to search for them yourself." And seeing this, all those people are feeling very sad because they had refused to absorb these magic stones earlier. After which, that creature comes to King, and he says, "Everyone touch under your right ear, and as soon as you touch there, your status window will be shown to you." And hearing this, everyone does the same, and their status window is being shown to all these people. And we are shown our hero's status window, inside which his strength has now become 11. After which, that creature tells that whatever people are present here, their starting power level has been started from 10, and everyone's power is currently exactly the same. But as you people keep absorbing these magic magic stones, your strength will keep increasing. After which, that creature says, I know you all must be thinking exactly this, that after all, from where can you acquire these magic stones? So let me tell you people that I have kept a gift ready for you people as well. First of all, you guys, check the back of your pants. Everyone has been given a dagger there. And hearing this, everyone is very surprised, and they check that everyone really has a dagger with them. And at this moment, that creature says, and yes, this dagger has been given to you because in a short while, your tutorial is about to start. And hearing this, everyone gets very shocked, and they say, what? What kind of tutorial after all? But at this moment, everyone sees that a dimension crack has opened some distance away from here, from inside which many monsters are coming out. And we see that these are all goblin monsters. And seeing all these goblins, these people get very surprised, and they are saying, do we have to fight these goblins? But at this moment, a girl says, everyone listen to me. No person will attack these goblins. We just have to walk backwards slowly from here. And I am sure that if we do not attack these goblins, then they will not attack us. And all those people start walking back slowly. And King is also watching these people doing all this, but he does not say anything to them. But at this moment, we see that when those people are going back, they suddenly stop. And seeing this, a person says, what happened after all? Why are you not moving? Hurry up and move back from here. So hearing this, that person says, I am not able to go further from here. There is something here that has stopped me from going further. And we are shown that a very powerful barrier is present here, which has covered all these people inside itself. And seeing this, all those people get very panicked, and they are punching this barrier very hard, and they are trying to open it, and they are calling out to that preacher, and they are saying, please open this barrier. We want to get out of here. But that barrier is not opening, and we are shown that all the goblins present there are now coming towards these people to attack them. And seeing this, a person has taken out his dagger, and he says, shit, we cannot go from here. We will have to face them. But at this moment, a person goes out from inside this barrier, and seeing this, that person gets quite shocked, and he says, hey, what have you done after all? How did you go out from here? But at this moment, everyone sees that the number 49 is written above his head, and seeing this, a person gets very surprised, and he says, what does the number 49 mean after all? But just then, we see that another person goes out from inside that barrier, after which that number becomes 48. And seeing this, everyone says, could it mean that only 50 people can go out of this barrier, and the rest will be killed right here? And hearing this, everyone gets very panicked, and they start running very fast to get out of that barrier. And here, everyone is pushing and shoving each other, and they are trying to get out of this barrier. But seeing these people, King is thinking, these people are very stupid. There are a total of 100 people here, and the number of these goblins is not that high. If they all wanted, then 3 to 4 people together could have killed even one goblin. But these people are just concerned with running away from here. And King tells us that exactly this happened in my previous life, and 50 people had gone out of the barrier, and I could not go out of this barrier. And when we fought with these goblins, then 40 out of 50 people were killed, and only 10 people survived, of which I was also one. And perhaps that day was my lucky day that I survived. Otherwise, I would also have been killed by the hands of these goblins. After which King is thinking, but whatever happens, this time I will change the entire storyline. And at this moment, he takes out his dagger, and we see that a goblin is coming to attack a person. And at this moment, he is about to kill this person. But a person comes here, and he kills this goblin in one go with his dagger. And that person has cut this goblin's body into 2 pieces, seeing which that person also gets very surprised. And we are shown that this person is none other than King. But at this moment, another goblin has attacked King, but King cuts off the neck of this goblin, after which we see that all the goblins present there have moved forward to attack King only. And seeing these goblins coming towards King, King has also got ready to fight them. And seeing all this, whatever people are present there, they all are getting very surprised. And a person is saying,
is he really a human like us after all? How is he able to fight all these goblins so easily? And we are shown that King has killed quite a lot of goblins there. But at this, King is thinking, all these goblins are very weak, but I am very out of breath because my stamina is very low, and that is why I will have to increase my strength even more first. And after this, King picks up 2 magic stones from there, and King absorbs both these magic stones. And we are shown that when King has absorbed these 2 magic stones together, his dexterity increases. And King tells us dexterity and agility are both exactly the same things, and due to the increase in my dexterity, my reaction speed has become even faster. And we are being shown that a goblin who is not dead yet throws his dagger towards King, but at this moment, King has dodged this dagger very quickly. And after this, King throws his dagger at its head with his left hand and kills the goblin right here. After which, King picks up that same goblin's dagger, and we see that all the goblins present here have got very angry at King, and they all attack King together. But we see King, who while looking at this dagger is thinking, "This dagger is not very sharp, but for now I will have to manage with this." And we see King starts killing all these goblins with his dagger at very high speed. After which we are shown the other people who have become quite motivated seeing King fighting. And they say, if this person alone can fight all these goblins here, then why can't we fight with these goblins? And they go very quickly to attack these goblins. And seeing this, those goblins have also become quite surprised. But we see that all these humans and goblins both attack each other. After this, we are shown King, who is currently killing goblins, and he is thinking, all the people who have gone out of this battle arena think that they are safe outside this battle arena, but they do not know that this battle arena is a biggest safe point, which they have now abandoned. And this world is exactly like our Earth, but here very powerful and dangerous monsters are present everywhere. And inside this city, there are many more people present who came into this abyss many years before us. And in terms of strength, those people are on a completely different high level than us. But after 3 months, the protected area of this tutorial will be closed, and all the other high-rank players will come here who will fight with the newcomers, and they will kill them all and take their magic stones. And I have to prepare myself for that day, starting now. But I have 3 months' time for this, and in 3 months I have to make myself strong enough to fight all those high-rank players. And after this, King absorbs the magic stone of another goblin, and we are shown a scene from some time later where we see that some people have died here, and the people who survived have all sat down to rest. And with this, a person is saying, "Unbelievable! How can a person be so strong? I have killed only 1 goblin during the entire tutorial, but this person alone has defeated more than 30 goblins. Is he even a human, or is he a monster himself?" And we are shown that King has killed quite a lot of monsters here. And with this, King is wiping the goblin's blood off his face. Here, that creature has returned again, and he is very happy seeing all these people. And he is saying, "Seeing you guys, it seems that you all have worked quite hard here." But everyone is getting very angry at this creature, after which that creature opens the barrier present here, and he is saying, "You people have learned to survive here, and I think that you can survive outside this barrier too, so I am opening this barrier." After this, that creature says, "There are many other areas here that I have to keep an eye on, so now I am leaving." And he leaves from there. But as soon as that creature leaves, everyone starts cursing at him a lot. But we see King, who is checking his status window, and we find out that now King's strength has become 14. And seeing this, King is thinking that compared to his previous life, his stats are much better this time. After which King looks at his knife and thinks, even though this knife is not that good, still it is quite useful, and for now, this is enough. After which King keeps it with him, and while walking, he thinks, if Iris, King Tai, and Kale were here in my place, what would they do now? And we are shown a piece of King's memory, where Kale is saying, "Hansu, do you know that in the places where tutorials open, there are some hidden dungeons present, which no person knows about? And to tell the truth, earlier even I didn't know about this. But if I had known about this, I would have definitely cleared those hidden dungeons, and I would have become even stronger than you." So hearing this, King, sitting with him, says, Well, even though you didn't clear those hidden dungeons, still you were very strong, and you were a member of the Valkyrie team. So hearing this, Kale gets very happy and says, "That is because I am quite intelligent, and I have become this strong only by using my brain." But along with this, Kale is saying, "And yes, King, one more thing let me tell you is that the difficulty level in hidden dungeons is quite high, and the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward of that dungeon will be." After which we are shown the present scene, where King is thinking, "So, all right, I have decided that now I will clear the hidden dungeons." And King has come near a place, and he is thinking, "I feel that inside this place I can find a hidden dungeon." But at this moment, he hears the voices of some people, where some people are bothering a girl and telling her to come with them. And seeing this, King is thinking, "These people are very stupid. They're concerned with such useless things here, while in a few days even saving their own lives will become very difficult." After which we see those people, among whom one person is holding that girl's hand, and he is saying, "Do you not understand what I am saying? You have to join our group, and you are coming with us." After this, we see King, who is leaving from there, and he is thinking, "I don't have enough time to keep wasting it.
I should leave from here." But at this moment, a person calls out King's name. And seeing this, King is also quite surprised. And he sees that in reality, it is a boy. And he is saying, "King, where are you going? After all, are you not going to help me?" So hearing this, King is quite surprised. And he says, "Do you know me?" And hearing this, that boy is quite surprised. And he says, "What?" After which, a boy shouting in anger is saying to King, "Hey idiot, have you forgotten that we all were returning from a party together when we got teleported here?" But hearing these people's words, King is getting quite surprised, and he is thinking, "What party are these people talking about? Do I really know them?" But just then King remembers, and he is thinking, "I remember, all these people are my college classmates, and we all went to a party, after which we all got teleported here." And King is thinking, "I forgot all these people, because in my previous life, they died in the first tutorial itself, and only I survived." After which we see that girl who frees her hand from that person, and she says, "I told you, I'm not going with you. My friends are present here and I will go with them only." And King, looking at this girl, is thinking, this girl's name is Mihi, and she was quite popular in college days too. After which that girl has come to King and she starts talking to King. And seeing this, King is thinking, if this girl stays with us, then she will keep putting us in problems like this. But King is not saying anything to her, and that person is quite surprised seeing King here, and he is thinking, this person is the same one who alone killed so many goblins. If we fight him, we won't be able to defeat him. But along with this, he thinks, I have many team members here, and since he has fought so many goblins, he must be quite tired now, and we can take advantage of this opportunity. And at this moment, that person comes forward and says to Mihi, "Hey girl, I think you didn't understand what I said. You are a member of my group from now on, and you will go with us. Come on, return here immediately." And with this, all those people are smiling a lot. And seeing this, King thinks, it seems I will have to solve these people's problem. Otherwise, these people won't leave this girl alone. After which, King walking towards that person. King is coming closer. And along with this, he is saying, "Perhaps by seeing me, you are not understanding who your opponent is. Or maybe you feel that we are even weaker than those goblins." After which, King has come close to that person, and placing his hand on his shoulder, he says very angrily, "I think you did not watch the tutorial very carefully. If you had paid attention to the tutorial, then you would have known what I am. Or should I kill you right here?" And hearing this, that person removes King's hand from his shoulder, and he is about to abuse King in great anger. But at this moment, he sees that King has taken out his dagger, and King is saying to that person, "Perhaps you are in too much of a hurry to die, but I will not hesitate in this at all." But at this moment, a person has arrived here who says, "Brother, please calm down. You don't need to get so angry." And we find out that this person is the leader of all these group members. After which that leader says, "I think you have had some misunderstanding. We do not want to harm any person here, so you also do not need to harm us. And you can see that the situation here is not very good, so we should not fight among ourselves, and we should solve this matter peacefully." And looking at this person, King is thinking, I can tell just by looking into this person's eyes that in his previous life, this person was definitely a criminal, and perhaps he wants to make himself a new ruler of this place so that he can rule over all the people. And with this, King is thinking, what should I do? Should I kill this person right here? But at this moment, he remembers Kel's words, where Kel had told him, you never think even once before killing any person, but I want you not to kill any person without reason in your new life. After which, King remembers Valkyrie's words, where Valkyrie had said, definitely make friends this time and protect them all. And we are shown the present scene, where King is thinking, Cal, you have really saved the lives of all these people, but I will not spare them next time. After which, King, while leaving from there, says, I did not like your face, so get lost from here, and now do not try to bother me, otherwise
I will kill you all. And seeing this, that person gets very angry, and he says to his boss, Boss, we cannot let this person go like this. We have to kill him right here. But hearing this, that person says, Shut up! Can't you see he's the strongest among us? And if we mess with him, it will not be good for us at all. And with this, he smiles and says, There are many things here that I want to settle right now. After which, that person takes all his companions and leaves from there. And seeing all these people, a boy says, These people are even scarier than goblins. But along with this, looking at King, he's thinking, Ever since I met this person, I always felt that this person is quite strange. But was he always this strong? And he's thinking that when we used to go to parties, he never paid much attention to parties, and he always used to stay completely alone in parties too. After which that boy comes to King and says, King, tell me, why were you pretending in the beginning that you didn't recognize us at all? Hearing this, King is thinking, what should I say to him? Should I tell him that I really didn't remember who you guys are? But King says, actually, the reason is that when I came here, I lost my memory, and I don't remember anything about you guys. So hearing this, he says, hey, don't joke. I know you're lying. But hearing their conversation, Mihi is laughing a lot, and King, looking at Mihi, is thinking, Mihi has always lived a very comfortable life, but this world is not at all suitable for Mihi, because in this world, beauty is exactly like a double-edged blade that can stab you in the back any time. And with this, King is thinking, here I have to be careful not just of myself, but of all these people, because I don't know which one of them might stab me in the back at any time. After which they all keep moving forward, and a lady among them says, where are we going after all? Does anyone even know? After which Mihi says, King, do you know where we're going? So King says, don't worry, we have reached where we needed to go. So hearing this, everyone is quite surprised, and we are shown the place where all these people have arrived is a subway station, seeing which everyone is quite surprised. After which Mihi says, King, how did you know about this place so exactly? Have you come to this place before, too? So hearing this, King is thinking, I have a lot of knowledge from my previous life, but these people will keep asking me again and again how I already know about all these things, so I should tell them something that will make them trust me. After which King says, when I came here, I lost my memory, but in exchange for losing my memory, I got a superpower. Hearing this, everyone gets very surprised, and they say, what superpower? After this, a girl is saying to her companion, don't you think we should walk separately from here? After all, why are we following him? So hearing these people talk, King says, if you guys want, you can go from here. I will not stop you. It is up to you. If you want to follow me, then you can come with me. But if you want to go from here, then it depends on you. After which, King is going inside that subway, descending the stairs, and all the people present are following behind him. After which, one of those boys, whose name is Han, says, King, don't you think we should go to a safe place? Why have you come to this place, after all? So hearing this, King says, I want to meet some friends here who live here. Hearing this, Han is quite surprised and says, does anyone really live in this place? Surely he must be some idiot who lives in a useless place like this. After this, we see that they all are walking, but at this moment, King stops them all right here. So hearing this, Mihi says, King, what happened after all? Why did you stop suddenly? But at this moment, we see that King has taken out his dagger, and seeing this, Mihi gets quite surprised and says, "King, why are you taking out your dagger after all?" But at this moment, we see King did not attack Han. Rather, a very large insect is present there, which King kills with his dagger. And seeing this insect here, everyone gets quite surprised. And King is saying this is a special bug that lives in dark places like this, and they do not have eyes, but they come towards people by listening to sound. And although these bugs look very weak, there is a high chance that you will find a magic stone inside them. And at this moment, we see that a magic stone has come out from inside that bug, after which King picks up this magic stone, and he is saying, "Killing these bugs is very easy. That is why I came here. And you people can also acquire magic stones by killing these bugs. But yes, keep this in mind, that no bug should bite you. If even one of these bugs bites you, then in a short while you will die a very painful death." And hearing this, everyone gets very panicked. We are shown that all the people present here are killing monsters, and King sees that 4 of his companions here are killing these bugs quite well, but one boy is very scared and he is not killing these bugs. After which, King goes to him and tells him, "If you are afraid of these bugs, then it does not matter. You can stand on the side so that your life is not in danger. We will handle all these bugs." So hearing King's words, that boy also goes and stands on the side, after which we see Mihi, who is saying to her companion, "Killing these bugs is quite easy. It is exactly like we kill bugs inside games." After this, we are shown that same boy again, who is standing on one side out of fear. But at this moment, a very large bug comes out from inside the ground and attacks him, and that bug is about to bite that boy. But at this moment, King arrives there, and he kills that bug very quickly with his dagger. After which, that boy is thanking King, but King says, "There's no need for this. You just protect yourself." And with this, King is thinking, "This boy is quite cowardly. How will he survive here? After all, if this continues, he will just remain a burden on us." After that, Han comes to King and he is saying, "King, how did you already know about all these things? And how do you know so much information about these bugs?" So hearing Han's words, King says in a quite funny manner, "I have information about all these things because my superpower gives me. Tells me about everything." So hearing this, everyone gets quite surprised. After which, we are shown a scene from some time later where they have now killed all the bugs and their crystals have come out. After which, King is picking up his crystals and he sees that none of his companions present there are picking up these magic stones. So King says to them, "What is the matter after all? Why are you guys not picking up your magic stones?" So hearing this, Mihi says, "King, actually, we want you to absorb our magic stones too, so that when you become strong, you can protect us. And it is exactly like in movies, where strong people protect people weaker than themselves. So that is why we decided that whatever we hunt, the magic stones inside them, we will not absorb them. Rather, we will give those magic stones to you, so that you can become even stronger quickly and save us from big problems." So hearing this, King says to them, "Everyone listen to me. From today onwards, whatever you guys hunt is only yours, and whatever magic stone comes out of it, only you have the right to it. And if you want to stay with me, then you will have to follow a rule." And with this, King is thinking that this rule was made at that time when everyone was trapped inside the abyss and surviving had become very difficult, and people did not know when and from where which monster might kill them. And at that time, some rules were made, one of which was that the person who hunts something, the magic stone coming out of it will belong to that same person. After which, the second rule is, no person will fight among themselves. After which, the last and most important rule, and King says, the person who is useless will be left behind, and we have nothing to do with his protection. So hearing this, everyone gets quite surprised. After which, we see that all those people start picking up their magic stones there, and King is thinking, these things might seem very strange to all these people, but this is the truth, that if anyone among you is useless, then no person would want to keep him in their group, and you will be left behind to die at the hands of monsters. After which, we see that all these people pick up their respective magic stones and are absorbing them. But at this moment, Han sees something, seeing which he gets quite surprised, and he calls everyone to him, and we find out that Han has found a special magic stone, which has a skill written on it, and seeing this stone, Han has become very
happy, and he's thinking, if I absorb this magic stone, then I will get a skill and my strength will increase even more. But at this moment, he looks towards King, and he's thinking, just a while ago, he said that the magic stone coming out of the thing you hunt will be only yours, and no one will take it from you. What if he tells me that he wants this magic stone? I will have to trap him in his own words. After which Han says, King, you said that whatever thing you hunt, the magic stone coming out of it will be only yours. So can I keep this magic stone? Because according to you, only I have the right to it. So hearing this, King also agrees to it, and he says, yes, you can keep this magic stone. And hearing this, Han has become very happy. But along with this, we are shown King, who is thinking, this magic stone is quite good, because a skill is also present in this magic stone. And yes, when he absorbs this magic stone, his body's strength will increase more than before. And King tells us that all the magic stones have been divided into ranks, and the skills on them are also divided from F to S rank. But every human has some limits, and he can use limited skills. But I know a person who had more than 1,000 skills in total, who was none other than Kel. And due to these skills, Kel became the world's strongest magician. But my case is completely different, and we are shown a previous memory of King, where many powerful high-rank magic stones are kept in front of King. And at this moment, King picks up a very high-rank magic stone there. But when King tries to absorb this magic stone, he is unable to absorb it. And seeing this, the Valkyrie is also very surprised, and she says, while being very sad, I wish if we knew about this earlier, that you can use only 7 skills, then we would have selected some better skills for you. But we didn't know about this earlier. And King is telling us, I found out about this when I tried to absorb the 8th skill, but I couldn't absorb it. But after that, I tried to absorb many skills, but I couldn't absorb anyone. Because 7 skills is my total limit, I still became the world's strongest hunter. And the reason for this was that I had 2 of the most powerful skills, one of which was named Essence of the Dragon Lizard, with which I could regenerate my body in a few seconds. And my second skill was that I could copy any opponent's skill for a while, due to which I became the world's strongest hunter. And the Valkyrie also included me in her team, and she gave me a special name, which was 7 Star. And this was the reason Valkyrie chose me, because she knew that if I became the world's strongest hunter using only 7 skills, some of which were useful to me, then if I had all those skills I wanted to acquire, how much stronger I could become. And before reincarnating, Valkyrie had also told me about this many times, that I should copy only those skills which are very rare and strongest skills. After which we see Han, who absorbs this magic stone, due to which he gets a skill, and with this he is getting very happy, and is thinking, King is really an idiot. He let me absorb this magic stone while he shouldn't have done that. Just wait, in a short time I will become even stronger than him. After which King calls out to them all, and says, what are you guys doing after all? Stop wasting time now, because we have to go further. So hearing this, Han comes to King, and laughing, puts his hand on his shoulder, and says, King, don't worry, I'm with you, and because we both are the strongest among these people, therefore we will protect everyone on the front line. And seeing this, Mihi is also getting very surprised, and she is thinking, what has happened to him after all? Why is he behaving so strangely suddenly? And with this, King is thinking, is it possible that he has started considering me his rival? Perhaps he doesn't know that I had only one rival, who was King Tai, and he always wanted to become stronger than me, but he could never surpass me. And this guy is not even close to King Tai. And King removes his hand from his shoulder, after which we are shown the next scene, where they are walking into the basement, and Mihi is asking King, King, where are we going after all? We could have hunted bugs there too, so why are you guys going further down? So King says, we are going to clear this subway. Hearing this, Mihi says, are there monsters in the subway too? So King says, you will find out about this soon. And we are shown a previous memory of King again, where when King and Kel are talking to each other, just then another person arrives there, and he says to Kel, whatever you told King is completely half information. Now I will tell you the full information. And he immediately sits between the two of them. And seeing this, Kel is very surprised and says, hey, what are you doing? After all, if you had to sit, you could have sat on our side. But that person is saying, King, I will tell you everything. Whatever Kel told, I know all that too. But among all these things, one thing that is most important is that whatever tutorials open in the beginning, all the subways present near them have a different portal on the 3rd floor. And through that portal, you can go to some other place. But but I have only heard this, and I am not confirmed about this. And yes, that portal remains open only for 1 day, after which all those portals close, after which we are shown the present scene where King and all his companions have walked into the subway. But at this moment, they all are very surprised because we are shown that there is really a different portal present here, seeing which they all are very surprised, and Mi-hee is thinking, this is really quite strange. I thought this was just a normal station, but a different portal is present here. After which Mi-hee says, King, are you really going to go inside this portal? So King says, yes, I am going to go inside this portal, but if any of you does not want to go inside this portal, then he can stay right here. So hearing this, Han says, if King is going to go inside this portal, then I will definitely go in it too. So hearing this, Mi-hee says, if that is the case, then all right, I'm also coming with you guys. And hearing this, King is thinking, Mi-hee wants to make herself strong here as soon as possible. And the reason for this is because Mi-hee knows that her life is in danger here all the time, and there are many people here who can harm Mi-hee. And this is the reason why, to protect herself, Mi-hee
wants to make herself strong as soon as possible, after which 2 of them refuse to do so, and they are saying, we will wait for you guys here, and we are not coming inside this portal. But just then, a boy there, whose name is Jin, says, I will go inside the portal with you guys. So hearing this, Han is quite surprised, and mocking him, he says, oh, idiot, do you really think that you will be able to protect yourself inside? If you go inside, then you will just become a burden on us. You have nothing to do with this, and if King has no issue with this here, then you shouldn't have any problem either. And hearing this, Han gets very angry, and he says, hey, idiot, what do you take me for? I said you were not going inside this portal. But at this moment, King says, you both stop shouting. If any of you wants to go inside this portal, then they are going on their own responsibility, and whatever happens to you inside has no link to me. After which, King goes inside that portal, and everyone else is going inside the portal with King. But we see Han, who is getting very angry right now, and he is thinking, King, how dared you insult me in front of Mi-hee? Just wait, when I become stronger than you, I will kill you first. We are shown that everyone has arrived inside this portal, and they are moving forward while descending the stairs. But at this moment, everyone here gets quite surprised, and we find out that in reality, a convenience store is present here. Seeing which, everyone gets quite surprised, and they are saying, we thought some dungeon would be present inside this portal, but here a convenience store is present. This is really quite strange. After which, we are shown the next scene where all these people have entered this store and everyone is taking necessary items here. And King is thinking, I didn't think this store would be present here, but it's good. We can take all necessary items from here. And we see Han, who has picked up some daggers from here. After this, we see King, who picks up a pot from the utensils present there and takes it and puts it on the stove, seeing which Mi-hee is quite surprised, and she says, King, what are you doing after all? So we see that King has taken out some items from his possession, and he says, I'm just going to do a little cooking here. So hearing this, Mi-hee is quite surprised, and we see that the thing King is going to cook is nothing else but the blood of those same worms that King killed just a while ago. And seeing this, Mi-hee thinks, when King was collecting their blood from those worms, I was quite surprised, and I did not understand what King would do with this blood after all. But I think King has already thought something about this, and he is going to make something with these things. And along with this, we see King, who is currently very happy, and he's thinking, it is good that I had also cut and kept the goblin's skin. If the goblin's skin and these worms' blood are cooked together, then a very powerful poison is made from it, which will help me a lot in fighting monsters. And we see that King starts cooking all these things, and at this moment, Han has arrived there, and he says, the smell coming from this is quite good. Can you give me a little to eat? It looks quite tasty. So hearing this, King says, do you want to die? This is poison, and it cannot be eaten. So hearing this, Han gets very scared, and he gets quite far from King, and he says, idiot, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? If I had tasted it by mistake, then what would have happened? So King says, then nothing would have happened. You would have just died, and I told you on time before you tasted it, so you don't need to make so much noise. So hearing this, Mi-hee is saying, I never thought that poison could be ready in this way, but how do you know about this after all? So hearing this, King says to them in a quite funny manner, "As I told you people, the superpower I have told me all this." And hearing this, Han is getting very angry at him, and he's thinking, because of this damn superpower, I was about to die just now. But along with this, we are shown a previous memory where King's magician friend is giving him a lecture, but King is not understanding anything here. So due to this, he gets very angry at King.
And very angrily he speaks to those people. Remember my words. Even if you guys reincarnate, there is no benefit if you do not have the knowledge of this life. And with this, we are shown the present scene where King has prepared that liquid and he's thinking. He was absolutely right. If you have knowledge of this world, you will be able to make yourself strong very quickly. After which, King pours all that liquid into a shampoo bottle and he's applying this liquid on his dagger as well. So seeing this, he says, "King, can you give this liquid to us too? We also want to apply it on our daggers." So hearing this, King says, "Yes, why not? You can use it." So hearing this, Mihi gets very happy. But just then, King says, "If you guys want to use it, then you will have to give me payment in exchange for it." So hearing this, those people get quite surprised and they say, "What kind of payment?" So King says, "It is quite simple. If you want to buy this, you will have to give me some of your magic stones." So hearing this, Han gets very angry and he says, "King, don't you think you are being a bit too greedy? Have you forgotten we are your friends and you should help us? But you want to take our magic stones from us for this useless liquid?" So hearing this, King is saying, nothing is free inside this world. If you want to acquire anything, then in exchange, you will also have to give something. And inside this world, words like friendship do not exist at all. So it is better if you do not talk to me about this. And along with this, King is thinking, I could have given this liquid to them for free, but the sooner these people adapt themselves to this world, the easier it will be for them to survive. After which, Mihi says, "King, I don't have magic stones right now, but when I get magic stones again, I will give you the payment for this liquid at that time." So hearing this, King also agrees to it, and he gives her this poison, and along with it, he is saying, "This liquid is quite dangerous, so take care that it does not touch your body. If it touches your body, it will burn your skin." Hearing this, everyone gets quite surprised, and with this, Han also says,
"I want a little liquid too. I will also give you my magic stones later, because I don't have magic stones either." So hearing this, King agreed to it, and he says, "Okay, you guys can use it." After which we are shown that King has picked up a bag for himself from there, and he has kept all the necessary things inside it. And King is thinking, this much stuff is enough for now, because the less luggage there is, the easier it will be to carry it. And at this moment, all those people have come there, and they say, "We are all ready now. We can go from here." And King also says, "Okay, so we should go." But at this moment, when he sees them, he gets quite surprised, and he says, "Why have you people taken so much luggage after all?" And we are shown that all three of them have picked up a lot of luggage here. But at this moment, we see King has sat down on the ground, and whatever extra stuff he had present, he digs a hole in the ground and buries it inside the ground. And along with this, he is saying, you should keep only as much luggage with you as you can carry easily. And remember this thing, there are many people outside who do not have any luggage at all. And when those people see so much luggage with you, then they will try to acquire this luggage from you in some way. Therefore, it is good that you prepare yourself for this thing beforehand. So hearing this, Mihi has become quite impressed, and she is thinking, yes, he is truly quite intelligent, and he is the most mature person here. And he has said absolutely right. If we carry so much luggage with us, then we can also get stuck in problems due to this. And we see that the extra luggage Mihi had kept with her, she buries it inside the ground by digging a hole in the ground, just like King. And in this state, Mihi is thinking, when I was on Earth, I had heard on the news quite a few times that there are many such people who disappear every year, and none of them ever came back, and no one knows what actually happened to those people. But now I have understood that they all had come inside this world, but no person knows whether those people were able to survive here or not. But now, because I am also a part of this world, so I have to keep myself alive.
And somehow I have to survive in this world, and with this, Mihi looking at King is thinking, whatever decisions King has taken so far are all absolutely correct, and we see that Mihi has come to King and she starts walking with King, and seeing this, Han is getting quite surprised and he's thinking, what happened to Mihi suddenly and why is she going with him? And with this, he throws all his luggage on that boy and he says, hey, hold my luggage, and if you drop anything from this, I won't spare you. After which he also comes to King and he's saying, King, I wanted to ask you a question. Can we also acquire this superpower of yours? So hearing this, King says, well, if you think about it, I feel it is possible. So hearing this, those people get quite happy and they are saying, really, that is quite good. But along with this, King is thinking, you can acquire quite a lot of powers here, but the thing I have is not power, but it is the knowledge of my previous life. After which Han comes to King and he's saying, King, when we met in the beginning, I got quite angry at you and I feel because of this thing you are behaving quite rudely with me. Are you still angry at me? So hearing this, King says, no, it is nothing like that. It is just that my way of speaking is like this, so you don't need to mind my behavior much. And saying this, King is walking away from there, and along with this he's thinking, before reincarnating, my previous 5 years passed very badly, in which every time we had to fight, sometimes with dragons and sometimes with some other monsters, and during this time we have seen quite a lot of calamities, and fighting with monsters for so long, I have even forgotten how to talk to people. And if any person keeps fighting with monsters for such a long time, then obviously his behavior is bound to change. But along with this, we see Han, who is getting quite angry at King, and he's thinking, this bastard is still acting quite strange. But for now, I cannot say anything to him. Once I become strong, then I will definitely show him his place.
And with this, he also starts walking with King. But at this, King stops all those people right there, and he is sitting on the ground checking something. So seeing this, Han has become quite surprised, and he is saying, what are you doing after all? Is there any problem here? And we see that King, checking a liquid lying on the ground, is thinking, the liquid present here releases from inside the bodies of two things, one of which is earth so worm and the second is from very dangerous mermaids. But what could be at this place that King is checking that same liquid? And he is thinking, this liquid is quite a lot here, which means the chances of those mermaids being here are very high, and dealing with them is not that difficult. But what is quite dangerous is their poisonous venom, because with that poison of theirs they can paralyze any person's body. But with this, King, while smiling, thinks, but I have a plan present to fight them too. After which King stands up, but with this Han is saying, King, what is the matter? Now you are behaving quite strangely again. Is there any problem? So King is saying, just keep following me. You guys are going to be quite surprised very soon. And hearing this, all three of them have become quite surprised. After this, we are shown the next scene where King has readied some bombs from some stuff present with him, and with this, King, while making fire bombs, is thinking, it was good that I found the stuff to make these bombs from that store, but I didn't know that I would have to use them so soon. And with this, Mihi is saying, King, do you know how to make bombs too? When you picked up these bottles from the store, I was quite surprised what you would do with them after all. But now I found out why you brought them with you. And with this, Han, holding those fire bombs in his hand, is saying, how did you learn to make this fire bomb? Is this also some superpower of yours? If this is also some power, then truly this is also quite amazing. Can I get this power somewhere? Here we see King, who is thinking, this bastard is spoiling my mind. If Kell and Valkyrie both hadn't told me not to kill people, then I would have killed him first.
And with this, Han, also looking at King, says, why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking something wrong about me? So hearing this, King says, no, it is nothing like that. After which he calls all those people to him, and drawing on the ground, he says, we do not know what problem is going to come ahead, but I will explain this to you beforehand. Suppose if we find any monster ahead, then one person out of us 4 will throw these firebombs on that monster, after which 3 of us will go and fight with that monster. So all all these things are understood by those people too. And King says, okay, so now tell me, which person among you is going to throw the firebomb? So hearing this, Han says, King, you know that I am the strongest after you, so I will fight with those monsters with you. So hearing this, King says, okay, so fine. Now you two tell who among you two is going to throw the firebomb. So we see that Mihi and Jin both have raised their hands. So King says, one person among you will have to fight with us, and one person will throw the firebomb. So now decide who is going to throw the firebomb. So we see that Mihi, making a very cute face, is saying to Jin, Jin, please let me throw the fireballs, and you fight with the monsters. But Jin is quite scared, and he is saying, no, I can't do this. Please, you go and fight with the monsters, and I will throw the firebombs. But Mihi is not listening to him, and making an even cuter face, she is trying to convince Jin. And seeing these people, King gets annoyed, and says to both of them, now you two stop it. You two people throw firebombs, and we two will fight with those monsters. After which we are shown the next scene, that all those people are walking forward, but while walking, Jin is thinking, I have come with these people, but I am feeling quite scared, and now we have come quite far walking here, and now I cannot even go back to the store. But are these people really not feeling scared here at all? But at this moment, he looks towards Mihi, and we see that Mihi is currently quite panicked, and she is feeling quite scared. And seeing this, Jin gets quite surprised, and he is thinking, is what I saw absolutely true?
Mihi is also feeling very scared, and she is quite nervous, just like me. But right then, King tells them not to get distracted, because something is about to attack us. Hearing this, everyone becomes alert. But just then, something is approaching them, and loud growling sounds are coming from there. Hearing these sounds, King says, Mihi, hurry up and quickly throw a firebomb towards the front. Hearing this, Mihi quickly takes out a firebomb, and while lighting it with a lighter, she thinks, I cannot be weak here. If I want to become strong, I must act with courage. And she lights the firebomb and throws it straight ahead. We see that a mermaid is present in front, and the bottle hits the mermaid straight on the head. Instantly, the mermaid's body catches fire. Everyone is shocked to see the mermaid. King says, Mihi, nice shot. Then he tells Han, let's go. We need to finish these monsters. We see King rushing in and starting to fight these monsters with great speed. Seeing this, Han is very surprised and thinks, this bastard is killing all these monsters by himself. If he kills them all, he will keep all the magic stones for himself. So I need to kill as many monsters as possible too. But just then, we are shown a mermaid attacking Han. Han gets very scared seeing the mermaid, but he quickly attacks it with his dagger. However, even with Han's light attack, the mermaid falls to the ground. Han is shocked to see this and thinks, this poison is truly incredible. That monster was killed by just a light attack from me. Han becomes very happy upon seeing this. But then King tells him, the poison you guys applied to your daggers is very effective. If you use it, you can easily kill all these monsters. But remember, you haven't paid me for it yet. Hearing this, Han thinks, this bastard is worried about payment at a time like this, but he doesn't know that he made a huge mistake by giving us this poison, because with the help of this poison, I can grow even faster, and soon I will become stronger than even King. We see that Han also starts fighting those monsters. We see that everyone here starts fighting these monsters, and they are killing them quite easily. Just like that, King is thinking, my guess was absolutely correct that mermaids are present here, and it is good that I already prepared firebombs for them. We see King jump and attack another monster, killing it too. With this, King thinks, the dagger I have is quite useless. If I had a good weapon, I could have defeated these monsters very easily, and I wouldn't even need these firebombs. But for now, I can't do anything, and I have to kill all these mermaids with this weapon. After which, we see Han fighting those mermaids, but right then, he sees magic stones lying near him, and he goes to pick them up. But just then, a mermaid attacks Han with its venom. We see that the mermaid attacked Han's leg, causing it to get slightly burnt, and Han falls to the ground. But right then, many mermaids come near him, moving forward to attack. Seeing them, Han gets very scared and screams, "Someone save me! These mermaids will kill me! Someone help me!" As soon as Mei-He sees Han, she immediately tries to take firebombs out of her bag, but she sees that all her firebombs are finished. So Mei-He calls out to Sajin and says, "Sajin, hurry up and help Han! His life is in danger!" Hearing this, Sajin tries to light a firebomb with a lighter, but he's very nervous. We see that as soon as he turns on his lighter, he sees a mermaid standing right next to him. Seeing this, Sajin gets very scared and drops both the firebomb and the lighter from his hands. Seeing this, Han is very shocked and screams, "You bastard! What are you doing? Do you want
Me to die here? Hurry up and help me! Idiot, I told you to use the firebombs properly, but you can't even do one job right." But in this scene, we are shown that a mermaid is about to attack Sajin. However, right at this moment, King attacks that mermaid and kills it right there. And he says, "Come on, calm down. You two don't need to fight among yourselves." After which he tells Sajin, "Just follow my plan exactly as I said, and this way our lives won't be in danger either." Hearing this, Sajin agrees, and King leaves from there. After which Han says, "I thought I was going to die, but thankfully my life was saved." And with this, he sees that his leg, where it was burnt, has now recovered. Seeing this, he is quite surprised. So King tells him, "You don't need to worry. As your strength increases, your body's recovery speed will become even faster than before. Now don't just sit there. Come and pick up your magic stones." Then King separates Han's magic stones from the ones present there. Looking at these magic stones, Han thinks, "These are way too few. This bastard kept more stones for himself and gave me only a few." And Han sees that Sajin is picking up his magic stones there. So Han goes up to him and, smiling quite a bit, says, "Hey Sajin, don't you think you should compensate me? Because of you, I was about to lose my life just now." And instantly, Han grabs Sajin by the neck very quickly. Seeing this, Sajin is very shocked and says, "Han, what are you doing?" Han says very angrily, "I am doing exactly what I should have done. Now quickly give me all your magic stones." And we are shown Sajin saying, "Han, why are you doing this? I didn't do anything intentionally. That firebomb dropped by mistake, but I really wanted to help you." Hearing this, Han gets very angry and says, "Fool, stop your nonsense. Do you think I will believe you? I was about to die a while ago because of you." Hearing this, Sajin says, "Han, what is my fault in this? I didn't knock you down there." But right then, Mei-He also arrives, and she says, "Han, what are you doing? Do you want to kill Sajin? Leave him right now." Hearing this, Han lets go of his neck and says, "Trash, listen to my words carefully. Perhaps you have forgotten how many favors my father did for you people back on Earth. And from today onwards, just like your dad used to wag his tail in front of my father, you too will have to keep your head bowed down in front of me. And yes, for now, I am taking your magic stones as compensation." And Han, laughing, is about to take Sajin's magic stones. But right then, King stops him right there by attacking with his dagger. Because of this, Han gets very angry and screams, "King, have you gone mad? What are you doing?" Hearing this, King says, "I already told you guys that no person will take anyone else's share." Hearing this, Han says, "King, do you even know that this fool hasn't done any work here to deserve magic stones? He's just a loser, and we should treat him like a loser. That's why there is no need to give him magic stones." But hearing this, King says, "I don't care about anything you just said. I just want you guys to divide your shares among yourselves fairly." Hearing this, Han gets very angry, but he walks away from there. Then King tells Sajin, "Now don't just sit here. Pick up your magic stones, and next time I won't protect you. You will have to protect yourself." Hearing this, Sajin picks up his magic stones. We see King leaving, but right then, Mei-He comes to King and says, "King, I know you must be feeling very frustrated with these people, and because you wanted to come here alone, but we deliberately came with you. Are you angry about this?" Hearing this, King says, "Mei-He, I don't have any problem with this, and as for you guys, I don't care about whatever you do here, because in this world, all these things are normal. And yes, it is true that the decision to come with me was yours. I didn't ask you to come with me."
Hearing King's words, Mihi stops right there, and she says, "King, do you mean to say that even if we leave you, it won't make any difference to you?" Hearing this, King says, "Mihi, it's up to you whether you want to follow me or not. You've been doing quite well here so far, but the truth is that I don't need you guys, and I can solve all my problems myself." After this, we're shown the next scene, where we see that King has killed many mermaids here, and King has also collected all the magic stones here. And with this, King is collecting all the magic stones here and thinking, I'm only getting 2 types of magic stones here, strength and stamina, because of which I have only been able to increase my strength and stamina, and all my other stats are normal. And we're shown that King's strength has become 25, and his stamina is 24. And with this, King is thinking, I just need 1 more stat point and then my stats will become 50. And we see that right then, his point increases. And we're shown that the creature from the starting series has arrived here. And he says, "Congratulations to you, because you are the first person who has made the sum of his 2 stats 50. Hearing this, King also becomes very happy. But right then, that creature gets very surprised seeing King and says, "You are the same boy who met me in the beginning, and I gave that magic stone to you first. I didn't know that you would be the person to reach 50 stats first." And right then, that creature sits on King's head and says, "Do you know, I really like people like this, who work hard themselves to make themselves the strongest, and that's why I have come here to give you a small gift." But right then, we see Mihi nervously speaking to that creature, "Don't you think this is very unfair? Because everyone here has completely different physical stats, so why should only King be given that gift?" Hearing this, the creature says, "Why are you so nervous? Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." And right then, he flies over to Mihi and says, "What did you say? Unfair? Perhaps you don't know that inside this world, you are present in this world is the biggest unfairness to you." And right then, coming close to Mihi and laughing a lot, he says, "What do you think? If you ask me a question, I will answer it very easily. Do you think you are even worthy of my answer?" Hearing this, Mihi gets very scared. And with this, the creature starts laughing a lot and says, "Don't be so scared. I was just joking. I am not going to kill you." And right then, we see that the creature flies over to King and says, "Forget all of them. I think it is time for your gift, and I should give you that gift. So your gift is that you can ask me for any 3 magic stones to increase your stats. And yes, let me tell you that some magic stones are very rare, one of which is the healing magic stone. Because the healing magic stone is very rare, because if there is ever a huge hole in your body, the healing magic stone heals your body very easily, and at that time your life can be saved very easily." Hearing this, we see that Mihi and the others are all very surprised, and all 3 of them are thinking the same thing at the same time, that if King takes the healing stone from this creature, we will buy that healing stone from King. But right after this, King says, "Do you have any magic stone that provides immunity to magic along with physical ability?" Hearing this, the creature is quite surprised and says, "Yes, I have such ones. Do you want those? I can give them to you." And he takes out 3 such magic stones that provide immunity to magic along with physical ability. After which, King takes these 3 magic stones from that creature and thinks, such magic stones that provide immunity to magic along with physical ability are very rare. And because of these magic stones, magic resistance on your body increases significantly, and you can protect yourself from magic attacks very easily. After which, the creature tells King, "Since I have given you your reward, I should leave now, because there are many tasks I need to complete." But with this, giving a flying kiss to King, he says, "By the way, Oppa, I liked you a lot, and I want you keep making yourself even stronger like this." And with this, we see that hearing this from the creature, Mihi, Sajin, and Han are all very shocked, and they say, "Is this creature a girl?" But we see that King doesn't care about any of this, and he says, "Why are you guys making such strange expressions? Now we should leave from here." But we see that these 3 are still quite shocked, and they are thinking, is this really even possible? After which, the next scene is shown, where all these people are fighting with these mermaids, and Mihi is thinking, earlier, fighting these mermaids was very difficult, but as our stats are increasing, Fighting these mermaids has become much easier. But with this, Mihi is looking at King and thinking, what is King doing after all? Is he going to make some poison from these monsters' bodies again? After which, Mihi comes to King and says, King, I wanted to ask you something. Can you tell me about this? So King says, what is the matter? What do you want to ask me? I have noticed that your movements are exactly the same as before, whereas you have absorbed so many magic stones by now. So why isn't your strength increasing? Hearing this, King is quite surprised and thinks, Mihi is truly very sharp, and she noticed this very easily. And King tells her, actually, I haven't absorbed any magic stones, but I have collected them all with me. Hearing this, all three are very shocked and say, what? How did you do this? Just then, King takes out a magic stone from his possession and explains, you can collect your magic stones inside your wrist, and you just have to think about it in your mind, and you will do it very easily. Hearing this, Mihi says, is this true? I should try this too. Hearing this, King says, you don't need all this. You guys just need to keep absorbing these magic stones right now. Hearing this, Mihi says, but why? You are also collecting these magic stones, so why can't we collect them? So King says, look, when you collect any magic stone, it slows down your hunting speed. And for now, for you, guys, it is better for you to keep absorbing all your magic stones so that your speed increases even more. Hearing this, Sajin says, if that's the case, why are you collecting them? You should absorb them too so that your strength increases even more. Hearing this, King says, I am collecting all these magic stones so that I can sell them later. But I told you this because when a person dies, all the magic stones they collected come out of their body, after which other people snatch those magic stones. That's why there is no benefit in collecting too many magic stones. But right then, Han gets very angry and says, what do you mean by saying this? Do you think we are so weak that anyone will kill us? But hearing Han's words, King thinks Han is truly a huge fool. He doesn't know that a person should never speak rudely to someone stronger than themselves. But after this, King looks at his weapon and thinks, my dagger has become completely useless, so I will have to change it. And right then he tells those people, you three listen to me carefully. I don't care what you do here, and even if you die here, it makes no difference to me. But I want that as long as you are with me, you only follow my rules, and as long as you are with me, you have to obey me. And right then, King throws away his dagger and says, you three give me your daggers. Han says, hey, who do you think you are? Do you have your own weapon? So why do you want to take our weapons? So King tells him, my weapon is now very damaged and cannot be used for hunting. Do you have anything else to ask besides this? Hearing this, Han shouts in anger, stop your nonsense! Do you think we will just give our weapons to you like that? You are not the only one fighting here, but we are also fighting here. And if we don't have weapons, what will we fight with? Or do you want to hunt the monsters here all by yourself and keep all their magic stones for yourself? But right then, Sajin says, if King wants my weapon, then I have no problem. I am ready to give my weapon. But just then, Han screams at him, you fool, Sajin! Stop your nonsense! We are not going to give him any of our weapons. Hearing Han's words, King asks him, so you said that you won't give me your weapons. Does this mean that you guys want to fight the thing present below by yourselves? Hearing this, Han says, what do you mean by that? And if there is a monster on the floor below, we will handle it. That's not your problem. But hearing his words, King doesn't give him any answer, and he thinks, he has absolutely no idea how powerful the monster on the floor below is. They can never defeat it, so perhaps I should leave them to their fate. And King tells them, okay, so I will give you two options. Option 1, I will fight the monster present below for you, and you all will have to give me your weapons. And second, you guys can fight that monster yourselves in your own way, and I will not interfere in your fight. So Sajin says, I will choose option 1, because I don't want to fight that monster. Hearing this, Mehi also says, King, if you are saying this, then I am sure it must be something dangerous, so I don't want to fight it either. But hearing Mehi's words, Han says, Mehi, what are you saying? You are also quite strong like us, and if the three of us team up and fight those monsters, we can easily defeat them. And whatever magic stones we get from those monsters, we will divide them among ourselves." And with this, Han adds, "Don't forget, you are my friend, and you have to help me." But simultaneously, we see King thinking, "I know Sajin won't fight that monster because he is quite a coward. And as for Mehi, she might agree to this, but even if Mehi helps Han, they still won't be able to defeat that monster." And with this, King thinks, and what did he say? That he is her friend, so she has to help him. So this means I should also go and help my friend, because my friend Kale is currently in a place where he needs my help very much, and that's why I need to get to him as soon as possible. And right then, King tells them, "Enough is enough. We all are going down together. And you guys can decide there whether you are going to fight that monster or not." Hearing this, Han agrees to it, and at the same time he thinks, no matter what monster King is talking about here, if we defeat that monster, we might get a new opportunity after defeating it, and I cannot miss this opportunity. We are shown that they all go down to the next floor, but right along with this, we are shown Han, Sajin, and Mihi running back from that floor very fast. And with this, Mihi is screaming, "Idiot! I even said we shouldn't go there. That monster could be very dangerous, but you fool, you didn't listen to me." Hearing this, Han says, "I thought some normal monster would be present there, but who knew that such a huge monster is present there?" And with this, we are shown the previous scene when all these people arrived on this floor. They were very shocked because the monster present here is actually a very large snake monster, whose size is also incredibly huge. And with this, Han is thinking, I really can't believe that he stayed back alone to fight such a powerful monster. This boy has truly gone mad, and he doesn't know that the monster will kill him. And with this, we are shown the monster, which is truly huge in size, and King is present right in front of this monster. At this moment, we see that the monster gets ready for an attack. Seeing this, King immediately goes behind a pillar and covers his ears, and right then, that snake releases a very powerful magic attack from its mouth, destroying the pillar. But because King is immune to magic attacks, he did not sustain much damage. And with this, King is thinking, this monster is very powerful, and the scales present on its body are also very powerful and cannot be broken. At this moment, we see that the monster attacks King with its tail, but King dodges this attack, and running with great speed goes to attack it. And he is thinking, this snake's scales cannot be broken, but I must break its scales. I don't even need to break them. And right then, King attacks exactly between those scales. Because of this, he succeeds in attacking that monster. We see that the monster also lets out a very loud roar here because it is in a lot of pain. And right then, King also moves quite far away from it. At this moment, that monster attacks King, but King dodges this attack. We see that the monster is ready to launch a magic attack on King once again, and right then it unleashes a very powerful magic attack, and we see that King dodges this magic attack. But right then, that monster hits King with its tail and throws him very far away. We see King slamming very hard into the wall, causing a lot of smoke there, and we are shown that due to this attack, King is also quite injured, and he says, defeating it is even more difficult than I thought, but why hasn't this knife done its job yet? And we find out that King had actually applied poison to his dagger, due to which that monster has also become a little weak, but it didn't affect it much. Seeing this, King thinks, since this monster is very large in size, this little amount of poison won't affect it much. That's why I need to attack this monster with my other daggers as well. And with this, King thinks I have a total of 6 blades, and if I manage to embed even 3 or 4 of these blades into this monster's body, I can defeat it very easily. We see King getting ready to fight this monster once again, and he attacks the monster. After which we are shown the next scene, where we see Mihi, who is thinking about King. She is very tense and thinking, King is fighting that monster alone there. Will he be able to defeat it? We should also go and help him. And right then, Han says, Mihi, what are you thinking? We should leave from here. This is his problem. We didn't tell him to go and fight that monster alone. It was his own decision, and that's why we shouldn't care about him now either. But Mihi is very worried about King, and right then, Mihi says, You want to go, you can, but I am going to help Han-Soo. Hearing this, Han is quite shocked and says, "What?" And with this, Han gets very angry at Mihi and thinks, since we were teleported into this world, everyone here has been behaving very arrogantly, and no person is listening to me, whereas in the real world, none of these people would even dare to speak in front of me. But right then, we see Mihi running towards King. Seeing this, Han says, "Mihi, stop right here, otherwise you will also get into trouble." But we see that Mihi has arrived at the spot running, and she screams, "Han-Soo, are you okay?" But right then she gets very shocked, and we are shown that the monster has bitten King, and King's left hand is inside the monster's mouth. Seeing this, Mihi gets very scared. But simultaneously, King thinks, this bastard is truly very powerful. I have attacked it so many times, but it is still standing completely safe. And instantly, King attacks the snake's face very hard with his dagger. Because of this attack, the monster roars very loudly and lets go of King. We see that it starts screaming quite a bit because it is in a lot of pain. And with this, we see King looking at his hand and thinking, "Thank goodness my hand was saved, otherwise it had almost eaten my hand." And King thinks, "These clothes are not fit to be worn at all anymore, and I will have to change them." After which, King gets ready for the fight again and thinks, "I have a total of 2 daggers left now, and the poison is also having a very strong effect on this monster, and killing it has now become very easy for me." We are shown a scene from some time later where we see that King has now killed this monster, after which we see that Mihi and everyone else come to King, and Mihi says, "King, is your hand okay? You look quite injured." But King says, "There's no need to worry. This was just a small injury that will heal soon. But what are you guys doing here? I thought you people would have left." Hearing this, Mihi says, "We were very worried about you. So that is why we came back for you." And with this, Mihi says, "King, I think your hand is quite damaged. You should treat it quickly." So King says, "Don't worry, my recovery speed is quite fast, and this injury will heal soon." But with this, we see Han looking at that monster and thinking, "I knew King was very strong, but I didn't know he would actually defeat this monster alone. King is even stronger than I had thought." We are shown King going and sitting near that snake monster, and seeing this, Mihi thinks, "What is King doing after all?" But right then we are shown that King has found the magic stone of that snake monster, and a skill is also present on this magic stone. But with this, King is thinking, "This skill is quite good, but I cannot use it because I have the option to copy only 7 skills. If I copy this, one of my options will decrease, so I cannot copy it." After which, Han comes to King and says, "King, are you going to use this skill? I'm quite jealous of you because I feel that this skill must be truly very powerful." But hearing this, King says, "No, I am not going to use it." Hearing this, Seijin says, "King, if you don't want to use it, then can you give this skill to me?" Hearing this, Han hits Seijin on the face with his elbow and pushes him back, and he tells King, "No, King, you will give this skill only to me, because only I will be able to use it properly. Seijin is just a loser. He will never be able to use this skill properly." Hearing this, Seijin says, "Han, you already have a skill, so let me take this skill so that I can also make myself strong." But hearing this, Han says, "Stop your nonsense. I won't let you take the skill, because you can't help us anyway." Just then, Mihi arrives there and says, "What are you two doing? You don't need to fight among yourselves. King will decide who he is going to give this skill to." But hearing their words, King says, "I think you guys are having a misunderstanding. I am not going to give this skill to you for free, but I can sell this skill to you. And in exchange for that, you will have to give me your magic stones. And the person who buys this skill from me right now, I can also give them a 5% discount." Hearing this, everyone is very surprised. And at this moment, Han says, "King, can I give you these magic stones in installments?" So King says, "Yes, you can give if these two take your guarantee." And we are shown a scene from some time later where King asks them, "So, have you guys decided who is going to buy this skill from me?" Just then, Mehi
comes forward and says, "King, we have decided that I am going to buy the skill." Seeing this, King is thinking that Mehi is truly very intelligent, and she knows that to make herself strong, she needs better skills, and that is why she has borrowed some magic stones from Sajin, and also Mehi had some magic stones present, which she had saved for herself. And this thing is absolutely correct too, because if you want to survive inside this world, you will have to use your brain. After that, Mehi comes to King and she says, "As you said, I am going to give you a total of 7 strength magic stones and 7 stamina magic stones." We see that King transfers the magic stones with Mehi, but with this he says, "Because I said that I would give you a 5% discount, so I am taking only 6 magic stones out of the strength magic stones." Hearing this, Mehi says, "Do you call this a discount? You have spared only 1 magic stone." But hearing this, King says, "Mehi, don't misunderstand me, but this world works exactly like this, and if you keep expecting that the person in front of you will show you sympathy and give you such powerful skills for free, then you are completely wrong, and if you keep thinking like this, you won't be able to survive inside this world. That's why remember this thing, that to achieve something in this world, you will have to pay its price." And with this, King walks away from there, and he is thinking, "I remember I had seen those crystals somewhere around here. I should search for them." And we see that King spots some crystals here, after which King comes near these crystals, and he is thinking, "I am quite lucky that I found these crystals here. Through them, I can prepare a weapon for myself." After which, King, from those crystals, breaks some crystals, after which he is making something for himself from those crystals. Seeing this, both Sajin and Mehi are getting quite surprised, and they are thinking that King is definitely making something again using his superpower here. Both of them come closer to King and are wondering what King is making this time. After which we see King removing the scales from that snake's body with his knife. Seeing this, Mehi and Sajin are thinking that King is definitely going to make something new again this time, and I am quite curious as to what King will make this time. And seeing this, Han says, "Stop it now, you two. You both know that he isn't doing all this by himself, but his superpower has told him all this." After which we see that King has taken out the organs from inside that snake monster's body. Seeing this, Han says, "What are you doing here after all? Are you going to make some poison for yourself once again?" So King says, "No, I am not going to make any poison here, but this time I'm thinking of making something new." And with this, King tells us, "Kale told me about all these things, that if we mix a snake's scales and these crystals together, we can make a weapon with it. And after that, using the organs present inside the snake's body, we can make our weapon much stronger, which will significantly increase the weapon's strength." And with this, King is thinking, "I wanted to make a sword for myself, but I don't have any such material through which I can craft a sword for myself." And King is thinking, "I can't make a sword for myself here, but I can make a needle-like weapon." And with this, we see that King has made a weapon exactly like a needle for himself, after which he gives it a shape exactly like a sword at its end. And while making this needle, King is thinking, "This weapon of mine is not a sword, but it is not any less than a sword either. And with this, I can kill any powerful monster by stabbing it just once." And with this, King is thinking, "And anyway, after some time, I am going to face that monster, and to kill it, I need a weapon very much. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight with it." And friends, about which monster King is talking here, we will find out which monster King is talking about in the next episodes. After which, we see that King has crafted his weapon, and now King's needle sword is complete. Seeing this, King is also very happy, and he is thinking, "So finally, I have a useful weapon." But with this, we see Han, who has come to King and says, "King, can you give me this thing you crafted? If you want, I am ready to give you all my magic stones in exchange for it." And with this, looking at this weapon, Han is thinking, "This weapon is very powerful, and in front of this weapon, our normal daggers are nothing. And if I have this weapon, I can fight any monster very easily with it." But King says, "I could have sold it to you, but the materials I used to make this weapon are finished, and now I cannot prepare another weapon like this, so I cannot give this to you." Hearing this, Han gets very angry and thinks, "This bastard deliberately prepared only enough material to create just one weapon for himself. He is truly a very selfish person," and he leaves from there in anger. After which, we are shown the next scene where all these people have arrived arrived near the subway station, and as soon as the gate of this metro opens, King immediately goes inside this gate and says, only one person can travel inside this metro, so you guys cannot come inside. Hearing this, everyone is very surprised. We see that King goes and sits comfortably on the chair and waits for the metro to move. But with this, Sajin says, how does King know about this, that only one person can travel inside this metro? But Han angrily says, fool, can't you understand even this much? He deliberately wants to travel alone in this train, and there is no rule here that only one person can travel in this train. I am quite sure that his superpower must have told him something, and maybe through this metro he wants to go to a place where he can find something good. And with this, he tells King, you shouldn't speak about this. You were able to reach here only because we all helped you, but you are very selfish.
Being selfish. Hearing this, King says, what did you say? I came here with your help? And we see that right then King takes out his weapon and says, so all right, let's decide right now who is going to travel in this train. And pointing his weapon towards them, he says, fine, if any of you wants to go in this train, you have to defeat me. And with this, King laughs and says, and yes, you are absolutely right. There are no rules in this world, because in this world, the word of the strongest person becomes the rule for everyone. After which we are shown the next scene, and we see that the metro has left from there, and Han, Sajin, and Mihi are left behind. But we see Han, who is feeling very angry right now. And we are shown the previous scene where Han, hearing King, thinks, this bastard is talking as if he is not 20, but a 40-year-old man who has a lot of knowledge about this world. But I think if we three attack King together, we can defeat him. And after fighting him, if we defeat him, I will take all his weapons, and this will only benefit me. But if we lose to him, he might just kill us. But Han thinks, no, he won't kill us, because he was our friend on Earth. But right then, Han looks at King and sees King looking at him with murderous eyes. Seeing this, Han gets very scared and thinks, he will definitely kill me, and it is better to let him go in this metro than to take this risk. And with this, King says bye to them and goes into the metro. After which, we see the present scene, where Mihi says, you shouldn't have provoked him. You also know that King is the strongest among us. But we see Han walking away from there and thinking, what do these idiots think that I don't know about this? I know he's the strongest among us, and that is why I have decided that I will kill him. And for this, I will also have to make myself even stronger. And we are shown the scene of the train, and with this, we are being told about this train.
It is mentioned that this train passes through many stations, and at whichever station it passes, a special artifact is kept there, some of which can even be weapons. After which, King is shown here thinking, I came alone on this train because I want to keep all the artifacts here for myself, and because if I had brought those three along with me, I would have to divide my artifacts with them, which I don't want. And with this, King tells us, I have found a total of 5 artifacts so far, out of which 3 artifacts can be used as weapons, and all those artifacts are of very good quality. After which, we are shown that King has arrived at a station, and walking, he comes out of that station. At the same time, he is thinking, this is the last station of this train, and I am quite curious about what I'm going to find at the last station. But right then, we see that when King looks at that artifact, he is very surprised, and we find out that it is actually a pack of cigarettes, and we are told about the cigarette named Cloud Snake, and it is a cigarette that when any person smokes it, this cigarette increases that person's stats. And seeing this cigarette, King becomes very happy, picks it up, and thinks, it has been a long time since I smoked this cigarette, and even in my previous life, I liked this cigarette very much. But with this, King starts recalling a memory from his past, where a girl is telling King, you are smoking again today. How many times have I told you that you don't look anything good at all while smoking? And King is standing right in front of this girl, and the girl is saying, Oppa, you are very handsome, and if you keep smoking cigarettes like this, you will ruin your face. And perhaps you don't know that even though these are different cigarettes, they can also damage your lungs, so you shouldn't smoke too much. With this, that girl is smiling a lot. Then we are shown the present scene, where King is taking this cigarette pack and walking away, and at the same time he is thinking, you don't need to worry. This time I won't let anything happen to you. And friends, here we are not shown who that girl actually was, but the way our hero thinks about that girl. It is quite obvious that our hero definitely used to like that girl, but it is possible that in the future, due to some reason, that girl might have died, and that is why King has decided that he will definitely protect that girl in this life. After which we are shown the next scene, where King has returned to the same station from where he sat inside this metro, and we see that this snake is still lying here, and King is walking away from here, and he is just thinking that there are still a few days left for the second tutorial to start. So what should I do until then? I think I should go and do some hunting so that I can increase my stats even more. And with this, King is thinking that we have been told about some missions on the system, but there are question marks on these missions because they will all be completed when some people complete the hidden conditions. But I know about these missions. But right then, walking, King sees his utensils there, and he puts his utensils back in his bag. He is thinking that he might need this utensil again. And with this, while walking, King is telling us that among the missions present here, the reward of one mission is very powerful, and we get this reward after completing one of these hidden missions. And with this, while walking, King is telling us that in my previous life, this hidden mission was completed by only one girl named Annie, and in reality, that girl was a prisoner who was going to be hanged after some time. But the jail inside which she was present, she and many prisoners along with her were teleported into this world all at once. And when Annie was teleported into this world with those prisoners, there were many such prisoners who were Annie's enemies, and they wanted to kill Annie. But as far as I know, on that day, Annie tried to explain to all those people that they should not fight among themselves, because no person knows about this world. But as the rule of this world is, that in this world only the strongest rules, so those people did not listen to Annie, and they tried to kill Annie. But on that day, Annie lost control over herself, and Annie killed every single person present there, because on that day, she was no longer Annie, but she was a
psycho killer who had started enjoying killing people. And with this, we are shown the present scene where King is thinking, and after killing so many people, Annie had completed this hidden mission, because of which she received this magic stone. And King is thinking, both Ken and Lakari have forbidden me from killing people, but if I want to complete this mission, I will have to kill people, or I should forget about this mission. But right then, King remembers something and says, shit, how did I forget this? Night is about to fall very soon, and I haven't made any arrangements for the night. And with this, King is thinking about a bag, and King tells us, inside this world, there exists a bag in which if you keep your food, it will never spoil, no matter how much time passes. And in this world, this type of bag is mostly used so that food can be preserved for a long time. And with this, King thinks while walking, I fought the snake monster today, but my stamina has recovered now, and I think if a fight happens again, I can easily fight any person. And we are shown that King has returned to the same store, but he sees that nothing is present inside this store, and everyone has taken all the food that was present here with them. And with this, King has arrived at the place where he had hidden his food bags, but we are shown that the food bags are not there. Seeing this, King understands that this is all Han's doing, and Han has stolen his food. And King is getting very angry at Han, and with this, he thinks while laughing. It seems Han considers himself a bit too brave. Does he think that he has become strong enough to defeat me? After which, we are shown the next scene, and we are shown those people who have brought all the food from inside that store, and they are collecting all these bags and taking them away from there. And seeing these people, a person says, these people have taken out all the goods from inside that store, and we couldn't take much from that store. How can these people do this? And we are shown that these people are none other than King's friends, and we are shown that to one of the girls, very much angry and screaming, she says, idiots! If you did bring some food from there, you should have brought enough so that we could at least eat a full meal once. As soon as you saw some people coming this way, you immediately came out of the store and hid here. Hearing this, the boy standing with her says, why are you worrying so much? Don't worry, we have enough food that we can easily manage for a few days. After which Sajin says to Mihi, Mihi, you and Han are the strongest among us, so don't you think you guys can defeat all these people? And if you defeat them, we can take all these food supplies from them. Seeing Sajin speaking here, both the boy and the girl are quite surprised, and they say to each other, Hey, does he speak too? I thought he was mute because I never saw him speaking. Did you know about this? The boy says, Oh no, I didn't know about this either. But right then Mihi says, Sajin, you are right that we are stronger than them, but there are too many people present there, and we cannot defeat so many people. And with this, Mihi is thinking, I don't understand how these people got information about this store. Or did they already know that food was inside this store? Or did someone give them information about this? And with this, we are shown that when those people are leaving, their boss looks at these people and waves his hand while laughing. Seeing this, everyone is very surprised. One girl among them asks, Why are those people waving at us like that, as if they know us? Hearing this, Han says, Those people did this to provoke us. Actually, they want to say that they took all the goods right before our eyes and didn't give us anything. And I don't think we will get anything by staying here now, so we should all leave. After saying this, Han walks away, and while leaving, Han is getting very angry and thinking, This bastard is truly a huge fool. Who told that idiot that he could wave at me? Thankfully, these people didn't suspect me. And with this, a previous memory is shown, and we are shown that many people are searching for food here, but they found nothing here. And right then, a person arrives here, seeing whom their boss says, Who are you, and what are you doing here? And we are shown that this person is none other than Han. And laughing, he says, If you guys want food, then I can take you to a place. And friends, here we are told about Han's plan. That Han's plan is that when all these people bring all the goods from inside that store, and when King does not find the goods, then King will have to fight these people for food. And because these people are very large in number, they will all kill King. And with this, we see that person saying to Han, Fool, why should we trust you? We know that you were with that boy Hansu, and maybe this is all Hansu's plan. So how can we believe you that you are not making a plan to kill us? Hearing this, Han grabs him by the collar in anger and says, Fool, do you think I'm some follower of King who came here on his orders? I came here of my own free will, and whatever I'm doing it of my own free will. But hearing this, that person says, Fool, how dare you? Do you want to die at my hands? But right then, Han punches him very hard on the face and throws that person far away. And we see that Han has broken this person's nose. And with this, Han laughs a lot and says, Do you really think I need to make a plan to kill trash like you? Perhaps you don't know that if I want, I can kill you right here. So now just go quietly and do exactly as I said. And with this, we are shown the present scene, where we see Han and the others looking at their food supplies, but Mihi is looking out the window, and right then Mihi sees Hansu passing by there, so Mihi calls out to Hansu and invites him inside. And with this, Mihi is getting very happy and thinks, since we separated from King, I was very nervous, but now, because King has returned, my heart has calmed down again. And with this, we see that Han is very happy, and he's thinking, as far as I think, he must have gone inside that store first, but he wouldn't have found anything there, because I brought the food he hid along with me. After that, Mihi tells King, Hansu, we are in big trouble. When we came back from there, we saw that there were too many people near the store. After that, all those people took all the goods from that store, and we could only bring a little bit of stuff with us. Hearing this, King says, don't worry about that, and tell me how much food we have right now. So Mihi says, we don't have much, but we can easily eat for 2 days. King starts walking towards that food. And with this, Han says, King, now that you are back, we can defeat those people and take that food back from them. What do you think about this? But King says, right now I am very hungry, so first I will eat, and we will think about this later. And he goes near that table to eat. Seeing this, Han gets very angry and thinks, Fool, do you think I will let you eat all this so easily? And right then he comes to King and slamming his hand hard on the table says,
says, "King, don't you think you are a very shameless person? You should think about this yourself, that we managed to save this food after taking a lot of risks, and you want to eat it so easily. Don't you think you should offer us something in exchange for this?" And instantly Han says to his companions, "Friends, what do you think? Am I saying the right thing, right? King should give us something good in exchange for this food." So Mihi says, "Han, what are you saying? We brought this food for everyone, and King is also our friend, so he can eat this food." But hearing this, Han says, "Mihi, do you want us to just give this food to King like that? Perhaps you have forgotten how much difficulty we faced to get this food, whereas King didn't help us at all in getting this food. So I think King must give us something in exchange for this food." And he says, "Our new friends are also present here. Do any of you have any problem with this?" And we see the two students present there say, "We don't have any problem with this. You can do whatever you want here." Hearing this, Han becomes very happy and thinks, "This is my chance.
And I can humiliate King here." Along with this, he is thinking, "King, I know you have been acting very annoying since then, but I know that you went into that metro because you knew that you were going to find a good artifact there." But right after this, King says, "Friends, although it is quite a shameful matter, I have nothing to give you right now." Hearing this, Han says, "King, you don't need to worry. I know when you went into that metro, you definitely found something there, and whatever that thing is, you can share it with us." Hearing this, both those students say, "What did King find there that he didn't even tell you about?" Hearing this, Han says, "When we were all traveling together, King went inside a train alone, and he didn't take us with him because he probably knew that a good artifact was kept there, but King didn't tell us anything about it." And with this, Han takes out a chocolate from his possession and says, "King, look, we have food, but it is quite limited, and if you want this, you have to share your artifacts with us." But hearing this, King smiles and says, "You have truly learned very well how to survive inside this world." So Han says, "What do you mean by that?" But we see King stands up, and with this, he is leaving from there. Seeing this, Han says, "Where are you going? Don't you want this food?" With this, while walking, King is thinking, what is the problem with this Han? Maybe it is because he was the son of a very rich person on Earth too. Perhaps that is why he is so arrogant. And with this, King is thinking, and also when he was teleported inside this world, he wants to make himself very strong here and rule over people. And with this, King is thinking, he is truly a very annoying person. And with this, King walks out of that store. But right then, a girl among those students says, "Han, come on, stop it now. The joke has gone too far. King is our companion, and we shouldn't let him leave from here. Anyway, the more people we are together, the better it will be." And with this, she tells Mihi, "Mihi, come on. We should go and bring King back." But Han stops them and says, "None of you will go to King. If he wants to leave from here, let him go." But seeing King leaving, Han is thinking, this bastard is truly very arrogant. I thought that he would agree to trade those artifacts with me in exchange for food. But I don't know what is going on in his mind this time. But right then, Han sees that Mihi is going somewhere, and he screams, "Hey, Mihi, where are you going?" But we see that Mihi doesn't listen to Han, and she comes to King and grabs him by his jacket. And she says, "King, can I come with you?" Hearing this, King says, "Mihi, I have told you this before, that I cannot take you guys with me." Hearing this, Mihi lets go of King's jacket, but at the same time, King says, "But I didn't say that you guys cannot follow me." Hearing this, Mihi becomes very happy and says, "Okay, I'm ready to go with you." But right then, Han arrives there and screams very angrily, "Mihi, you are not going with him. And have you forgotten that Sajin gave you magic stones, which you haven't returned yet? So until you return his magic stones, you cannot leave from here." But Sajin says, "Han, you don't need to stop her, because I am also going with King." Hearing this, the others are also very surprised. And right then, Han comes to Sajin and speaks to Sajin very angrily. "Hey, Sajin, do you think you are very smart? Are you forgetting that your dad is just a servant of my father? And that's why you should treat me exactly like a master." But hearing this, Sajin says, "Han, you are wrong. We are currently in a completely different world, and as far as your father is concerned, your father wouldn't even know whether his son is still alive or dead, and perhaps he thinks that you are already dead. And that's why from today onwards, never try to give me orders, because from today onwards, I am not going to listen to you." And with this, Sajin also leaves from there. Seeing this, Han thinks angrily, "Bastard, just
Just you wait. I will crush this king and you with my own hands very soon. And with this, he screams very angrily. Go to hell, all of you, when you don't find anything to eat.
Then you will come back and beg me for food, and at that time I will refuse you. After this, we are shown the next scene where all these people are walking together. And with this, both Sanjan and Mehi are talking to each other about food. And Sanjan is saying, we don't have much food in the bags, so we should arrange for food first. But right then, we are shown that King spots a jacket here and he has come near it and he is thinking, this jacket is quite good and it will suit me a lot too. And with this, King changes his jacket. Seeing this, both Sanjan and Mehi are very surprised. But King says, why are you two looking like that? I'm not going to give this to you. Hearing this, both of them are very surprised and they say, no, it's nothing like that. We don't want this jacket. And with this, Sanjan is thinking, we have very little food to eat, but King doesn't look tensed at all and it seems like he has no tension about food at all. But what is the reason that King is so relaxed? And with this, King is thinking, I know what Sanjan must be thinking right now. But Sanjan doesn't know that it is already midnight and now something is about to happen that no one would have even predicted. And we see that while walking, when Mehi looks towards the sky, she suddenly becomes very surprised and says, King, I think there is some problem with the moon that is out in the sky. And with this, we are shown that moon, which looks completely fine in appearance, but right then we see that the moon is opening its eyes, and we are shown that this moon is actually a huge eye. And it is shown that seeing this moon, Mehi is very shocked and she is saying, what kind of moon is this? There is even an eye inside it. But right then Sanjan says, Mehi, you should see this. The food we have has all turned into sand. Hearing this, Mehi is very surprised. And right then she opens her bag but she sees that all the food she had has turned into dust. But right then Sanjan says, Mehi, what is this after all? And with this we are shown
that all the people present in the nearby buildings are appearing to glow. Seeing this, they are all very surprised. Mehi is thinking, what is happening? Is all this happening because of this moon? We can see all the people present in the nearby buildings very clearly. To which Mehi asks Sajin, does this mean our bodies are also glowing? But why don't I feel anything? So Sajin says, I think because we are very close to each other, that's why we are not glowing and we can see each other very easily. But those people who are very far from us, we can see their bodies glowing. Hearing this, Mehi gets very surprised and thinks, does this mean that many people can see us too? Meaning no person is hidden from anyone. And because everyone now knows each other's position, everyone will start fighting amongst themselves for supplies. After which King asks Sajin, did you know about this, that something like this was going to happen? So King says, Sajin, come on, I admit I have some superpowers, but that doesn't mean I will know beforehand about everything that is going to happen in the future. And simultaneously King thinks, yes, I knew about this, and that is why I have been standing here so relaxed since then. But right now they hear sounds of people screaming and fighting a lot, among whom some people are snatching supplies from others. But at the same time they are saying, where is your stuff? Only sand is kept here. Are you lying to us? Hurry up and take out your supplies and give them to us. And sounds of many people fighting amongst themselves are coming from here. Hearing these sounds, King thinks this world is truly very terrible because surviving in this world is the biggest problem. But now a new problem has appeared before these people, which is this moon. Because as long as this moon is present here, all the food supplies kept in the surrounding area have turned into sand, and now people have absolutely no food to eat. After which King starts walking away from there, but Sajin says, King, where are you going? So King says, I am very hungry right now, so I am going to arrange some food for myself.
After which we are shown the next scene where Han and his friends are getting very surprised, and they are saying, what happened after all, and how did all this food suddenly turn into dust? After which that girl is saying, Han, what will we do now? Whatever food we had has all turned into dust, and if we have to survive here, it is necessary for us to have food. But with this, we see Han, who is getting very angry right now, and he is thinking, I am quite sure that bastard king already knew about this, but he didn't tell anyone about this, and he must have done all this through his superpower. But right then that girl says, Han, you should look here.
and we are shown that they spot some glowing people here, who is none other than the same person whose nose Han had broken. And he's screaming, saying, "Where has that bastard gone? We have to search for him. He didn't give us food. Instead, only dust was present inside that food." And hearing this, Han is thinking, "All of them have come here, and they must be looking for me. What should I do? Should I attack them when these people are distracted by something else?" But right then, that girl comes to him and says, "Han, what are you thinking? We should quickly go to King and ask him for help." Hearing this, Han says, "Hey, do you have no self-respect at all? When he was present here, we didn't give him any food at all, so why would he help us?" Hearing this, that girl is saying, "Han, we don't need to think about all this. If we want to keep ourselves safe, then for now we should temporarily go and join them, and later we will leave those people." Hearing this, Han thinks, "Actually, this girl is saying the right thing. We should temporarily go and join them, and later we will leave them." After which, we see that they all have come out of that place, and Han is saying, "Hurry up, we should leave from here. Those people left from here just a short while ago, and they wouldn't have gone very far." But in this situation, it is shown that a liquid-like thing comes and wraps around Han's legs, because of which Han falls to the ground, and he tries to free himself from it, but he is unable to remove it. So Han screams and tells those people, "If you two are you looking at, hurry up and help me." But right then, we are shown that a person arrives there and says, "Are you two his friends? If you want, you can help him. Anyway, we have only come here to talk to you people." But we can see that his companions are smiling quite a bit right now, because they are going to beat them up very badly. Seeing this, that boy and girl stand there at first, but the girl says, "What do you think? Should we stay here?" But the boy says, "I think we should run from here." And we see that both of them run away from there very quickly. Seeing this, Han screams, saying, "Where are you two going? Stop right here and help me." And right then, that person sits down next to Han and says, "Boy, your friends left you here to die. But as far as I recall, there were a total of 6 of you. Where did your 3 companions go?" And we see that with this, making a very serious face, he says, "I have heard that you behave in a very arrogant manner. Is that true?" And right then, he attacks Han very hard with his foot. Han gets terrified because of this attack, because we are shown that the person has broken the floor right there just with his foot. Seeing this, Han gets very scared and thinks, "This bastard is extremely strong. I have to save myself, otherwise he will kill me." And he says, "Sir, please listen to me. You have a misunderstanding. I had no intention of harming your people, and whatever information you want from me, I am ready to give it, so you don't need to harm me either." Hearing this, that person says, "Well, it is good that you are ready to listen to us, but one of my companions wants to have a little conversation with you, and I don't think you will have much of a problem with that." And we see that this person is not other than the one whose nose Han had broken, and he comes up to Han while laughing, and he says, "Why do you look so angry? This isn't our first meeting. Have you forgotten that when we first met, you broke my nose? And did you think at that time that I wouldn't take revenge on you for this?" Hearing this, Han thinks, "Damn it, I should have killed this person right then, but at that time I was only thinking about King." We see the leader leaving from there, saying, "Hurry up with whatever you need to do. We have to go and catch his other companions as well." Hearing this, that person says, "Yes, boss, don't worry. We are just going to have a little conversation with him." We see that all these people start beating Han very badly. We see that Han is watching those 2 students running away from there, and with this, he thinks very angrily, "These bastards didn't think even once before leaving me behind. Just wait. When we meet again, I will kill both of them." With this, we are shown the next scene where these 2 students have now reached King and the others. But they are quite surprised and say, "What are you guys doing here? Have you come here for a picnic?" We are shown that these people are cooking a lot of meat here, and they are eating it very well. Seeing this, that girl says, "What are you guys doing here after all? And where did you get so much meat?" But they are not giving her any answer. Seeing this, the girl thinks, "I knew why Mehi was coming with this boy. The reason is that this boy is very intelligent. But where did he get this meat?" If I knew this boy was truly so intelligent, I would never have stayed with Han, and I would have come with these people too. With this, she walks up to King and says, "It is good that you guys found something to eat. Our food turned into dust, so can you give us some food too?" But right then, King picks up his weapon and attacks the ground, drawing a line. Seeing this, that girl gets very shocked and says, "Have you gone mad? Why did you make this attack? I could have been hurt." But King points his weapon towards them and says, "I will just say this, don't cross this line. If you cross this line, it won't be good for you at all." Hearing this, that girl gets very angry and says, "King, what do you mean by saying this?"
What was that? Are you threatening us? I am not scared of your threats, and I am crossing this line. Hearing this, King laughs and says, "Well, I didn't say that you cannot cross this line. I'm just saying that if you cross this line, I cannot guarantee your life." Hearing this, both of them are very surprised, and that boy says very angrily, "This bastard is truly trash. Han told us about this. He must have obtained this meat with the help of his superpower." But right then, they hear the voices of some people, and we are shown that all the members of that gang have arrived here. And with this, their boss says, "Well, I didn't think I would find you all together here, and this is good because I won't have to work extra hard to search for you guys." But with this, we see Mihi looking at King and thinking, too many people have arrived here, but will King really be able to handle all these people? But after this, we see King go and sit comfortably and start eating the meat. Seeing this, everyone present there is getting very surprised, and they're thinking, why is King so calm after all? Is he not afraid of these people at all? But right then, a person arrives there, seeing whom those students get very surprised, and we are shown that this person is none other than Han, whose condition is very bad right now, because all these people have beaten him very badly. His condition is very bad right now because these people have beaten him brutally. Seeing this, the girl from those two students says, "Han, are you okay? We came here just to seek help for you." Hearing this, Han shouts, "Stop your nonsense! You both are traitors! If you guys had helped me back then, my condition wouldn't be this bad right now." But just then, their leader says, "Come on, kid, be quiet now. There's no need for you to make so much noise here." Hearing this, he becomes completely silent. The leader asks King, "Boy, where did you get so much meat after all? Can you tell us?" King replies, "What is the need to ask about this? Can't you see there are so many monsters here? I extracted all this meat from their bodies." Upon hearing this, the leader and all his companions are quite shocked and think that this boy is crazy. Is he really eating the meat of these monsters? Isn't he afraid at all that there might be poison in their bodies? Then that person asks, "Boy, why are you eating this meat? Aren't you afraid that there could be poison in this meat which could kill you?" King replies, "If you boil all this meat in goblin blood, all the poison inside the meat disappears, and then you can eat it." Hearing this, the person is very shocked. At the same time, he thinks, Han told me the truth. This guy King really possesses some superpower that guides him all the time. And with the help of this superpower, he obtained some good artifacts from a subway station. He thinks, this boy will become even stronger in the future. So should I kill him right here? Anyway, I have plenty of men here, so I won't have much trouble killing this boy. But before that, I need to test this boy's skills. So he says to Han, "Boy, what are you doing? Go and get some meat for me to eat from your friend." Hearing this, Han is quite surprised. But the leader says, "What are you looking at? I said go and get meat for me to eat from your friend. Didn't you hear me?" Hearing this, Han thinks, does this scumbag know how much I hate King? And just a while ago, I completely refused to give him food. So will he give me food after all? But this person just wants to use me like a pawn. And at this moment, we see that King has stood up from his place and has picked up his weapon. And with this, we see Han walking towards King, saying, "King, I know we aren't very good friends, but for now I need some meat from you because I have to give it to this person." At this moment, Mihi shouts at Han, "Han, please stop right there and don't cross the line." Hearing this, Han gets very angry at Mihi. He says, "Stop your nonsense. If you guys hadn't left me there, my condition wouldn't be like this right now. All of this happened because of you people." He is walking towards them in anger, and Mihi is trying to stop him.
But just then, we see that King attacks Han's leg very fast. With this, King cuts Han's leg, and we see Han fall to the ground. He starts screaming loudly because he is in a lot of pain. Seeing this, the leader and all his companions are very shocked. We see those students are also quite scared, and Mi-hee feels very sorry seeing this. Sang-chen is also very surprised and thinks King didn't think even once before cutting Han's leg, and he didn't hesitate at all. But how can King do this to a person? At this moment, Han shouts at King in rage, "You scumbag! How dare you do this? I will kill you!" And with this, he starts screaming at that group of people. "What are you looking at? Kill this king right here. If he gets even stronger, he will become a problem for all of you in the future. I was his friend, and if he can cut off my leg just for a meal, then when he becomes stronger later, he will cut your throats too." At this moment, the boss says, "Get ready. I think we will have to fight him." Hearing this, that person is quite shocked and thinks, "I know there are many of us here and we all have weapons, but after seeing this person, I am not getting a good feeling at all. I feel that we shouldn't fight this person." After this, we see that all those people are ready to fight King. Seeing them, King thinks, "Gale and Welcome, I know both of you told me that I don't need to kill people without reason, but if I don't finish these people right here today, they can create a lot of problems for me in the future. And you both know that if something can create problems for you later, it should be eliminated right then." At this moment, we see King taking out some magic stones from his hand, after which he absorbs all those magic stones. We see that all the people present there shout, "Let's go and attack this person. We have to finish him right here today." And all of them together move forward to attack King. After this, King also grips his weapon very tightly. We see King moving forward at great speed to attack these people. And with this, he says to them, "What do you think? Will I just stand here and let you guys kill me so easily?" We see that King first attacked the person whose nose was broken. King attacks him and throws him very far away. But we see that King doesn't stop there. Instead, he starts attacking the other members here very quickly. Seeing this, all the people here are screaming. But King is beating all these people brutally. And with this, we are shown that whatever remaining... The people present there start running away. Seeing this situation, the leader thinks, "What is happening here? I knew this person was strong, but I never thought he would be this strong. And where did he suddenly get those magic stones? Had he kept these magic stones hidden with him?" With this, the leader shouts, "Everyone stop right here. Where are you going? Don't run from here and attack this person. We are many in number, and he alone couldn't defeat us all." But no one listens to him, and they all run away from there. And with this, we are shown that King is walking towards that leader now. Seeing this, the leader is also quite scared. He thinks, "This scumbag didn't think once before killing so many people here. I have to do something to run away from here, otherwise he will kill me too." With this, that person says to King, "Boy, do you even know what you are doing here? This is no longer a normal fight. You have murdered people here. Do you even know what murder is?" At the same time, the person thinks, "This is a very young boy. His age must be around 20 years. And I know that when a normal person murders someone, their mental state gets very messed up. But why does this person seem completely fine to me? Is it possible that this person has murdered many people before?" At this moment, we see King moving forward very fast, and he delivers a very powerful attack into that leader's stomach with his weapon. We see that the leader has also fallen to the ground now. With this, we are shown the scene after some time. We see that King has severely injured all these people here, but King hasn't killed anyone here, and all these people are alive. But right now, these people are in a lot of pain. We see that the students there are quite scared seeing the condition of all these people. After this, we see King, who has stabbed his sword inside a person's body at this moment, after which he looks at these people and says, laughing, "If you guys are still here, what should I understand from this? Do you also want to fight me?" Hearing this, both of them get quite scared, and we see that both of them run away from here. And with this, King puts his weapon back, and we see that he goes back and starts eating his meat again. And with this, he says to Mi-hee, "What are you looking at like that? If you also want to eat meat, you can boil more meat for yourself. I am not going to give you mine." Hearing this, Mihi is quite surprised, and she says, "Oh no, I want your meat. You can eat this." After which, we are shown the scene of the next day, and we see that since it is morning now, the moon that was out in the sky closes its eye again. After which, we are shown King walking somewhere with Sang-chin and Mihi, and along with this, he thinks, "I have eaten too much food, and I think if I try to eat anything more now, I will vomit. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten so much food." And with this, King looks at a magical bag with him and thinks, "This bag was given to me by that little creature, and I have saved some meat inside it for myself, which I can eat later." After which, we see that when they are leaving from there, Mihi says to King, "King, I want to ask you something." So King stops right there and says, "Yes, go ahead. What do you want to ask?" Mihi says, "You didn't kill any person there. Don't you think they can harm you in the future?" Hearing this, King laughs and says, "Wow, Mihi, I didn't expect this from you. Did you want me to kill all those people?" Hearing this, Mihi feels quite embarrassed, and she shouts in anger, "What are you saying? I didn't want anything like that. I was just thinking that they shouldn't harm you later." But at the same time, Mihi thinks, "I know King is very strong, and that is the reason King defeated all those people very easily. But King didn't kill a single person among them. Instead, he left them all alive, and it is possible that in the future, one of those people might try to take revenge on King. But I am sure that by that time, King will make himself even stronger." We see them walking away from there, but at this moment, Sang-chin stops right there and says, "King, I think I cannot go any further with you now." Hearing this, Mihi says, "Sang-chin, what do you mean?" Sang-chin says, "Mihi, I think I could only come with you guys this far, and now I am parting ways with you." Hearing this, Mihi is quite surprised. But at the same time, King says, "Sang-chin, if you want to leave, you can go. I won't stop you, because you guys came with me on your own. I didn't ask you to come along." Hearing this, Sang-chin leaves. At this moment, we see King walking up to Mihi, and he says to her, "Mihi, so much has happened here, but you still want to travel with me? Aren't you afraid of me at all?" Hearing this, Mihi is quite surprised. At the same time, Mihi thinks, "I am very scared of you, but I am sure that as long as I don't cross the line, you won't harm me." And she says to King, "King, I just don't want to leave you because I fear that if I leave once, you won't let me accompany you again." Hearing this, King is also quite surprised. He says, "I think we have talked enough, and now we should get going." Then Han's scene is shown. A person is lying on top of him, and Han says to him, "You idiot, get off me. You aren't dead, you are still alive, so why are you lying on top of me?" After this, we see Han crawling away from there, and with this he thinks, "All my body's normal injuries have healed, and now only my leg remains. When I recover properly, I will kill all these people and absorb their magic stones, which will increase my strength even more. After that, I will definitely take my revenge on King." We see that as he is moving forward, he suddenly stops because a person has appeared in front of him. Han is quite surprised to see this person, and we are shown that this person is none other than Sang-chin. Seeing Sang-chin here, Han says, "Hey, Sang-chin, it's good that you came here."
Come on, hurry up and help me stand up. Sang-chin says, "Are you talking to me?" Han says, "Do you see anyone else here besides yourself? Come on now, hurry up and help me. My condition is very bad right now because of my leg." And with this, we are shown that the gang leader is still alive and breathing. Seeing this, Han says, "Sang-chin, I have a plan. You kill all these people present here, after which we will divide all their magic stones between us. And with this, we both can make ourselves very strong." And with this, we see that Sang-chin has also picked up a dagger here. After which, we see Han showing the middle finger to that leader and saying, "Scumbag, you beat me very brutally, and now this is your punishment. Now you will have to die right here." But with this, we see that Sang-chin walks straight up to Han, and seeing this, Han is quite surprised. He says, "Hey, Sang-chin, what are you doing?" But at this moment, Sang-chin grabs Han by his collar and lifts him up. Seeing this, Han gets quite shocked and says, "Hey, idiot, what are you doing? Why are you holding me like this? Come on, let go of me now." But at this moment, Sang-chin says, "Han, perhaps you didn't understand why I came back here." Hearing this, Han is quite surprised and thinks, when did this scumbag become so strong? Had he hidden his strength from the start? But why was he doing this? Could it mean that he has come here to kill me? Han says, "Hey, Sang-chin, what are you thinking? Look, forget whatever you were thinking. I know you're angry with me, but there was a reason behind everything I did." But just then, Sang-chin stabs that dagger into Han's stomach, causing Han a lot of pain. He grabs Sang-chin by his shirt and says, "Why did you do this to me?" Then Sang-chin says to him, "Han, you said there was a reason behind all this, but I know your reason very well, and that reason was that you enjoyed bullying me very much. But now I don't want to be bullied by you anymore.
And that is why it is better for you to die right here." Hearing this, Han starts cursing Sang-chin, and at that moment, Han falls to the ground because he has died. But along with this, we see that Sang-chin, who has killed a person for the first time in his entire life, is very scared right now. The dagger falls from his hand, and Sang-chin also falls to his knees. But at the same time, Sang-chin composes himself and thinks, "No, I cannot give up here. If I want to make myself strong, I have to do this." And with this, we are shown that the magic stone has come out of Han's body, which also has a skill on it. And with this, Sang-chin is thinking about King, that when Han wanted to take my magic stones from me, King helped me and didn't let Han take them. And not only this, I am alive right now because King saved my life in many places. But the truth is that King also thinks that I am just trash, and I cannot survive in this world without the help of another person. But I have decided that I will make myself as strong as King so that I can stand beside him. And at this moment, Sang-chin absorbs those magic stones of Han, and with this, Sang-chin recalls a previous memory and tells us, "Han always bullied me a lot. I had enough strength to fight Han, but I didn't have enough confidence. But now the time has come for me to completely change myself, because if I have to survive in this world, I must make myself strong." And with this, we see that Sang-chin is walking towards that leader. Seeing this, the leader gets very scared and says, "Hey boy, why are you coming towards me? Look, if you want anything from me, I'm ready to give it. Even if you want, I'm ready to become your subordinate, and I will always serve you. But please don't kill me." But we see that Sang-chin has reached the leader, and he kills him right there. After which we are shown another scene, and we see that many birds are flying here, and these are all monsters, and at this moment we see
some monsters attack a person, and this person is none other than Mihi. And when these monsters get very close to Mihi, she activates her new skill. At this moment, she screams very loudly, causing a very powerful sound wave to emit from her mouth, and all those bird monsters fall to the ground. But just then, Mihi sees a bird coming towards her at great speed to attack. However, at this moment, someone attacks and slices that bird into 2 pieces, and we are shown that this person is none other than our hero. Seeing this, Mihi says, "I thought I would handle these birds myself, but in the end, I still needed your help." Hearing this, King says, "No problem. From now on, keep in mind that whenever you fight monsters, make sure you kill all of them together so that no monster can attack you." After which we see King giving 3 magic stones to Mihi, while he has kept quite a lot of magic stones for himself. Seeing this, Mihi thinks, whenever it comes to dividing magic stones, King becomes very strict. But at the same time, she opens her status window and thinks, "It has been 2 days since I started traveling with King. During these 2 days, we have killed a lot of monsters and absorbed a lot of magic stones, due to which my stats have also increased significantly." And with this, we are shown that Mihi's strength has reached 27 and stamina 28. But Mihi thinks, only my strength and stamina have increased because we haven't found any speed or magic attribute magic stones anywhere in the surrounding area, and because of this, my speed and magic are very low. She thinks, whenever I try not to depend on King, I get stuck in some problem, and I end up having to take King's help. She thinks, no matter what happens, I will make myself strong so that I don't have to rely on King's help. And with this, she thinks, I know that my stats have increased a lot, but it is also true that my stats are nowhere near King's stats yet. At this moment, we see King also looking at his status window. Opens it, and we are shown that King's strength is now 54, and his stamina has become 42. Looking at these, King thinks, compared to my previous life, I am growing very well in this life, and my stats have also increased significantly. But just then they hear the voice of that creature saying, I hope you all can hear my voice. I want to tell you to come to the first tutorial place right now. A new event has been prepared for you here, and none of you should be late. Anyone who is late will be punished. After hearing the creature's words, Mihi says, what is this creature going to do now, and what kind of event is he talking about? King replies, we will only find out once we get there. We should go there now. And with this, we are shown the next scene, where King and Mihi are walking towards the tutorial place. Mihi is thinking something while looking at King, but she isn't saying anything to him. So King says, do you want to ask me something? If there is anything you want to ask, you can ask. Hearing this, Mihi says, King, actually, I didn't want to ask you this question, but... And at this moment, we see her shout, I just wanted to ask, do you have a girlfriend? After saying this, Mihi feels very embarrassed and thinks, this question was really very personal. Why am I asking King this question? At the same time, she thinks, King hasn't given me an answer. Does this mean he is very angry with me? If that happens, King might leave me here alone. But at the same time, King thinks, this girl is also quite strange. Why is she asking me about this? However, we see King thinking about a girl, and he thinks, you are just a girl I haven't met yet. And with this, King says to Mihi, to tell you the truth, even I don't remember. After saying this, King walks away silently. Mihi doesn't ask any more questions and starts walking quietly with him. After which, we are shown the scene of the tutorial area, and now King and Mihi have also arrived here. With this, Mihi thinks that all these people were with us in the tutorial area, and it seems that many people have learned to survive in this world. At this moment, we are shown that the creature has arrived here, and he says, so, my dear travelers, how are you all? I'm sure you are all perfectly fine. By the way, it is quite good that you all came here on time and none of you are late. So, all right, now I will tell you the thing for which I called you here. The purpose of calling you here was that exactly 72 hours from now, the second tutorial will start. And until the second tutorial starts, you all have to keep yourselves alive. And with this, the creature laughs and says, you guys don't need to be so surprised. Actually, the main event is not this, but something else entirely. So tell me, how many of you are excited to know about that event? But with this, we are shown that none of the people present here are interested in knowing about this event at all, and everyone is completely silent. Seeing this, the creature laughs and says, I think none of you are interested in that event at all. This is really very bad. Or is it that you guys are not interested in talking to me? We see that as soon as the creature says this, everyone starts clapping because they are all very scared of this creature. Seeing this, the creature says, now that's what I'm talking about. So come on, I will tell you about this event. In this moment, we are shown that the earth starts shaking here, seeing which everyone gets quite surprised. But at this moment, we are shown that something has appeared in front of all these people, seeing which everyone is very shocked. They ask, what is this after all? Is this thing an altar? And we are shown that there is indeed a very large altar present in front of these people, which looks like a tower. And with this, the creature says, you guys don't need to be so surprised, because this is just a magical altar that works as a carrier. But what is even more interesting thing is the cute little creature inside this altar, which most people also call a carnivorous beast. At this moment, we see the creature opens its eye, and we see that all the people present here are very scared after seeing this creature. They are saying, What is this nonsense? Don't tell me that we will have to fight this creature. The little demon tells all these people, in this event, all you have to do is survive for 72 hours, and you must not die. And don't think that the altar present in front of you is very strong. This altar can stop this monster's attacks only for some time, after which this altar will break. And if this monster comes out of this altar, it will kill everyone present here. And with this, that creature says, but you don't need to panic so much, because I have a method using which you can put this monster into a very deep sleep. But this method works only for 1 day, and you will have to apply this method again the next day. Hearing this creature's words, all the people present here are quite surprised. But with this, that creature says, you guys don't need to be so happy, because the method I'm going to tell you about is very difficult. And that is, if you want to put this creature into a deep sleep, then you will have to feed it 5 living humans. Hearing this, everyone is quite shocked. Hearing this creature's words, King thinks, this creature has brought this carnivorous beast here because too many people survived in the first tutorial, whereas only limited people can go to the second tutorial. And if we feed 5 people to this beast for a few days, our numbers will decrease, and this is this creature's plan. And after this, that creature snaps his fingers, and we are shown that a screen has opened in front of everyone, on which a video of another tutorial area is being shown. There we are shown that when this beast broke that altar and became free, this beast attacked all the people present there, and after killing all those people, it ate them all.
And with this, that creature says, this video present in front of you is of another tutorial area where all those people decided to fight this beast together, but they were all killed. And that is why I have already told you this method, and if you want now, you can survive by using this method of mine. At this moment, we see a person raises his hand and says, we understand that we have to feed 5 people to this monster, but how will we decide which 5 people should be chosen? And with this, we see that all the people present around him are quite shocked hearing this person's words, and they are saying, how disgusting is this person? Does he really want to feed us humans to this beast? But just then, that creature says, why are you asking me this question? Don't you know about this? You guys have to decide this yourselves. And yes, you all have only 1 hour. And now it is up to you whether you all fight this beast together or you choose 5 people and sacrifice them. And with this, we are shown that this creature has started a timer with 56 minutes left. And seeing this, all the people present here are quite scared. They're saying, what should we do after all? Is there no other way to escape from this beast? If the time keeps running out like this beast will come out of this altar very soon, and then it will kill us all. At this moment, Mihi asks King, King, what do you think is the right decision here? King says, Mihi, that creature has already told us 2 ways, one of which is that everyone fights this carnivorous beast together, or choose 5 people and feed them to this monster. And I think we should watch the people right now to see what decision they take. At this moment, we see a person comes forward and says, everyone, listen to me. If we just keep standing like this, no solution to this problem will be found. I have a solution. Why don't we draw lots for everyone? And in this way, we will choose a total of 5 people, and those 5 people will have to sacrifice themselves to save the lives of others. But just then, a person arrives here and says, and why should we listen to you? Seeing this person here, everyone is quite surprised, and we see that Mihi is also quite surprised to see this person. We are shown that this person is none other than Song Chin, who has changed a lot now. And with this, Song Chin says, why do you think everyone will listen to you? Or is there even a need for anyone to listen to you? Hearing Song Chin's words, that person says, what are you saying? We have to work fairly here. Only then can we all survive. We see Song Chin walking towards this person with his companions, and he says, what did you say? Fair method? Do we really even need to think about this in this condition? that person shouts at Song Chin in great anger. "Hey, who are you anyway? And why are you suddenly interfering when I am giving a very good solution to everyone? But you interrupted me and are provoking everyone here. If we don't act fairly here, no one will be able to survive, and everyone will be killed by this monster. Is that what you want? For everyone to be killed?" But we see that Song Chin is not listening to that person at all. Instead, he walks up to a pole and breaks that pole with just the power of his hand. Seeing this, that person is very shocked and also quite scared. And with this, Song Chin laughs and says, "Did you say something to me just now? I thought you were saying something to me." But we see that all the people present here are quite scared of Song Chin, and no one is saying anything. And with this, we see that Song Chin is quite happy at this moment. He laughs and thinks, "I only used a little bit of my power just now, and seeing just this much power, everyone here is scared. So this is the real power of a real man." And with this, Song Chin says to all those people, "Now we don't have that much time to waste, so just use the simple method." And that simple method is to pick up 5 people and throw them in front of that monster. So that person says to Song Chin, "But how will we decide which 5 people we have to choose?" Hearing this, Song Chin says, "What is the need to think so much about this now? Pick the 5 people who are the weakest and throw them in front of this monster." And with this, Song Chin says to King, "Why, King, I said it perfectly right, didn't I? This is the best option for this moment." But we see King listening to Song Chin very silently, and he isn't giving any reply. Seeing this, Song Chin thinks, "I know King must have thought of me as just trash before, but I have to prove myself in front of King that I am not the Song Chin from before anymore, and now I have become much stronger and braver, and I can be useful to him in the future." But just then King says, "Your idea isn't bad at all. It is a quite good method to choose the 5 weakest people and sacrifice them. But this won't solve our problem, and that is why I have another method to solve this problem. And I think if we use that method, we won't need to sacrifice any person." Hearing King's words, all the people present around are quite surprised, and we see Song Chin here, who is quite surprised hearing King's words, and he thinks, what is going on in King's mind? Is he thinking of fighting this monster alone? At this moment, we see that person with the cap who says to King, "What do you want to do after all? Are you thinking that we should all fight this monster together? Maybe you didn't watch that video carefully. This monster killed the people of that tutorial area very brutally, and if you were thinking this, then this method isn't going to work at all, and we will all be killed by this monster." But hearing this person's words, King says, "No, I didn't think that at all. Instead, I am thinking of fighting this monster alone." Hearing this, that person is very shocked and asks, "Do you want to fight this monster alone?" King replies, "Yes, you heard right. I want to fight this monster alone." We see that all the people around are very shocked, and they are saying, "Has this boy gone crazy? After all, he alone with such a powerful monster? How will he fight?" At this moment, we see a person here who shouts, "What are you all thinking? Whoever wants to fight, go and fight that monster. Perhaps you guys don't know, we have only 1 hour, and if you keep wasting time talking like this, that monster will break out of this altar very soon and kill us all." But with this, we see Song Chin looking at King and thinking, "I thought that in terms of strength, I had become as powerful as King. But has King become so powerful that he can defeat even such a huge and powerful monster alone?" But after this, King says, "I do want to fight this monster, but it is very difficult, and at this moment I need your help." Hearing this, Song Chin becomes quite happy and says, "King, don't worry, I am ready to help you, and I will fight this monster together with you." But King says to him, "Hey, will you stop interrupting me? My sentence isn't complete yet." Hearing this, Song Chin gets very angry and thinks, "Oh, brother, then what exactly do you want to say? Tell me clearly." And with this, Song Chin says, "King, what exactly do you want to say? Can you tell us properly?" But at the same time, we see Mi-hee looking at King and thinking, if any other person here had said that he could defeat this monster alone, I would never have believed it.
But if King is saying this, then I am sure King must have a plan by which he can defeat this monster. And King says to all those people, so everyone listen to me carefully. I need 30 strength type and 30 stamina type magic stones from you guys, because with the strength I have right now, I think if I add these stones to it, I am enough to fight this monster alone. So you guys don't have to do anything, you just have to give me your magic stones. But we see that all the people present here are quite surprised to hear these words of King. But along with this, King says, I know none of you trust me, but if you do as I said, I take responsibility that I will kill this monster, and none of you will have to die. And with this, we see King thinking that he currently possesses the Cloud Snake, and if he uses the Cloud Snake while fighting this monster, his stats will increase by up to 20%, which will help him significantly in fighting this monster. There is also another reason to fight this monster, and that is that in his previous life, a person had defeated this monster alone. Because of this, he obtained a secret artifact from here, and that person was none other than the Berserk monarch, who had betrayed them during the Great War, and because of whom many of his companions were killed. And with this, King thinks that he must obtain that secret artifact in this tutorial, because he also wants to know exactly what secret artifact the Berserk monarch received after killing this monster. After which, King says to all those people, I don't care which one of you gives me your magic stones, but if you want me to fight this monster, you will have to give me 60 magic stones. Hearing this, a bald person there says, what are you saying after all? If we had that many magic stones, we would have become even stronger. And with this, he shouts, this boy's idea is completely useless. Now hurry up. Just as we thought earlier, we will have to draw lots for everyone, and we will choose 5 people and throw them in front of the monster. But we see that just then, a person comes walking towards that man and says, hey, old man, don't you think you are acting too oversmart? Hearing this, that person says, what do you mean to say? The boy says, you want to draw lots here to decide which 5 people we should choose, but I just want to say that we don't need that, because we can choose the weakest people and throw them in front of that monster, and one of those weak people is standing right in front of me at this moment. Hearing this, that person is quite surprised and says, how dare you talk to me like that? But we see that boy taking out his dagger, seeing which that person gets very scared, and he says, how can you do this? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? You all strong people should protect all the weak people here, but you guys want to sacrifice us. Don't you people feel any shame at all about this? Hearing this, that boy says, what did you say? Shame? No, I don't feel any shame at all. And if you want, you can hold a vote for yourself here. And if even one person here says that you should remain alive, then I won't say anything to you. Hearing this, that person starts looking around, but we see that among all the people present here, not a single person speaks up, because everyone here is concerned about their own life. But just then, we see that person comes to King and says, hey boy, you're the strongest here. So why don't you kill some of the strongest people present here and absorb their magic stones? With that, your strength will increase even more, and then you won't need to take other people's magic stones. But just then, a person punches that man very hard, and with this, that person shouts at him, saying, stop your nonsense. We have decided that we are going to sacrifice the weakest people here, and you are one of them. Hearing this, that person says, how can you do this? After all, I also have a family, and I want to go back there. Please don't sacrifice me. And we see that many people here have started fighting among themselves. Seeing this, King thinks, all these people are fighting among themselves because the person who wins will be able to say that I am stronger than him, so we should sacrifice this weak person. And this is really absolute nonsense. But just then, King speaks up. Everyone, listen to me carefully, and what I am going to tell you now, you will have to accept it. And with this, King points towards the people there and selects a total of 15 people, and he says to them, you will have to accept what I am going to tell you now. Otherwise, you people will be sacrificed 5 by 5 over 3 days, after which we are shown the scene of the next altar,
where now a total of 29 winners are left, and it is shown that at this moment the gate of this altar opens and Mihi is standing outside it. But just then a person arrives there and says, If you care about him so much, you should have gone with him. We see that this person is none other than Sang-chin. So Mihi says to him, Sang-chin, I think you still haven't understood what kind of person King is. Hearing this, Sang-chin is quite surprised. Along with this, Mihi says, The truth is that I also wanted to go with King, but I feel that if I went with him, I wouldn't help him. Instead, I would become a burden to him, because King is much stronger than me. Hearing this, Sang-chin is very surprised and thinks, I thought only I thought this way about King, but now I found out that Mihi also thinks exactly the same about King, and in the future King is going to become very powerful. At this moment, while leaving from there, Mihi says, Sang-chin, now I'm leaving from here, because if I stay here, King will scold me a lot like those people when he comes back. And with this, we are shown a previous scene where King had selected a total of 15 people here, and King is speaking to them in great anger. It has been a long time since the first tutorial ended, and by now many people have made themselves very strong. They have even completely adapted themselves to this world, and they have understood that if they want to survive here, they must make themselves strong. But what were you guys doing all this time? And now I just want to tell you that each one of you will have to give me 2 of your magic stones, which will total up to 30 magic stones. But here I have made a deal for 60 magic stones. So while I'm fighting that monster, you guys have 75 hours. During this time, you will have to hunt and obtain 2 more magic stones each, which you will pay me later. And if you want to save yourselves before the second tutorial, you have to do this. Otherwise, the other people here won't think twice before sacrificing you. And with this, we are shown the present scene, where Mihi is leaving from there, and she is saying, King scolded all those people a lot, but this is also good for them, because if they hunt and obtain 2 magic stones each for King, their experience level will also increase.
And they will be able to hunt for themselves too. That is why I am also leaving, so that I can make myself even stronger. And with this, Mihi starts leaving, but just then Sang-chin says to her, Mihi, while King is inside the altar, would you like to team up with us? If you want, we can all go hunting together. Hearing this, Mihi laughs and says, Sang-chin, your offer is quite good, but for now I am going to hunt alone. However, I might think about this later. And with this, Mihi leaves. Seeing Mihi leave, Sang-chin thinks, when Mihi was with us last time, I knew she was slowly getting stronger. But seeing her today, I can guess that Mihi has already made herself much stronger than before, and she will make herself even stronger in the future. And with this, Sang-chin gets angry at himself and thinks, I know that right now I am nothing in King's eyes, so I have to prove myself to him, and I have to show him that I am no longer the useless Sang-chin from before. Just then, we are shown some people who have approached Sang-chin. At this moment, one of them says, Hey boy, we need to talk to you. Hearing this, Sang-chin says, But I am not at all interested in talking to you. You can leave. But at this moment, a person steps forward and says, Hey friend, you don't need to get so angry. I have told him many times to talk to others properly, but he just doesn't know how to talk to people. I just wanted to talk to you. I heard from the people over there that you are their leader. Is that true? Hearing this, Sang-chin says, Leader? Yes, perhaps you're right. I am their leader. But then, laughing in a funny way, he says, Actually, the truth is that I am just their friend. I don't know why they consider me their leader. Hearing this, that person laughs and says, Oh, you are quite a good guy. I thought you were a bad guy, but you are a very nice person. Hearing this, Sang-chin also feels quite happy. Then that person says, Friend, actually I want to talk to you about the boy who entered this altar just a while ago. Can
we talk about him? Hearing this, Sang-jin says, Yes, why not? Tell me, what exactly do you want to talk about regarding him? After which we are shown the scene inside the next altar, where we see that King has entered this altar.
And with this, he is applying his poison onto his weapon, and at the same time he is saying, "This poison is quite strong, but the monster I am going to fight has very thick skin, and this poison will only work on it if I stab my weapon deep inside its body." And at this moment, King takes out an artifact from his possession, which are some seeds, and he eats them. And with this, he thinks, "These seeds are actually an artifact that I found at that subway station, and by eating this, all the fatigue in your body disappears, and your body relaxes a lot." And with this, King descends the stairs and reaches the monster. At the same time, he thinks, "I have fought many monsters like this in my previous life, and fighting them was very easy for me. But right now, my stats are very low, and fighting this monster is not going to be easy at all." And at this moment, King has taken out his cigarette and is smoking it. And with this, he thinks, "Today, after many years, I have smoked this cigarette again, and after smoking it after such a long time, I am feeling quite good today." After this, King jumps from the stairs onto the floor, and with this, King thinks, "I know that defeating this monster is not that easy, and this can be very difficult for me too." But at this moment, we see King taking a very high jump and coming to attack this monster, and with this, he thinks, "But the more difficult it is to kill this monster, the more fun it will be to kill it." And at this moment, King attacks the monster. And with this, we are shown the next scene where we see some people have entered this altar, who are none other than the same people who were talking to Sang-jin a while ago. And at this moment, their leader says to a person, "What are you doing? Come inside quickly." And we are shown that this person is none other than Sang-jin. And with this, their leader says to Sang-jin, "So, Sang-jin, how did you like my plan? When your friend weakens that monster significantly, we will all attack that monster together and kill it." Hearing this, Sang-jin says, "Yes, your plan is quite good. Let's go now and help King." King R explains that there are many places in this world where very powerful monsters are found, and these monsters possess special abilities, which are their skills. Simultaneously, we are shown a fight taking place between that carnivorous beast and King. The carnivorous beast launches a powerful attack on King, but King dodges it very easily. He thinks that this carnivorous beast also possesses a special skill, and that skill is none other than fear. We see the beast activate its skill, and as soon as it activates fear, we see that it has a severe effect on King. King's body becomes completely paralyzed, and he is unable to move from his spot. Just then, the beast charges very quickly to attack King. We see that just as it is about to strike King with its claw, King immediately jumps to dodge the attack and lands quite far back from the monster. He thinks that this beast's skill directly attacks a human's mental health, causing the body to become paralyzed so the person cannot move. Because of this, the beast can easily prey on that person. However, I have magic resistance, so I can easily nullify this monster's skill. We see the monster coming to attack King once again. King thinks that this monster's fighting pattern is exactly the same. First, it paralyzes people's bodies with its skill, and then it kills them. But these tricks are not going to work on me. We see the monster attack King, but King dodges the attack with great speed. King thinks that fighting this monster one-on-one is very difficult, but I have another method to defeat it. King starts looking for weak points on the monster's body. We see the monster attack King with its claw, but King jumps to dodge the attack and climbs onto its body using the monster's claw. Immediately, he starts attacking its vital points with great speed. At that moment, he takes a very high jump and plunges his weapon into the monster's body. Due to this, the monster feels immense pain and starts screaming terribly. Seeing the monster screaming like this, King says, "I have now understood how to defeat you, and I think that after applying this method, you will not be capable of moving around, and at that moment, killing you will become very easy." After this, we are shown the time where only 12 minutes are remaining. King has to defeat this monster within these 12 minutes, otherwise that monster will break this altar and come out of it. After which we are shown the scene of King again, where the monster is attacking King with great speed, but King is also very quickly dodging all these attacks and moves quite far back from the monster. But then we see that the monster activates its fear skill once again. However, King also starts smoking his cigarette, due to which his magic resistance increases by 20%. At this moment, we see the monster coming to attack King very quickly, but King thinks, because of magic resistance and Cloud Snake, I recover my mental strength very quickly, and because of this, I have been able to survive this monster's skill so far. And to tell the truth, I think that defeating this monster has become even easier for me now, because this skill of his is completely useless before me. We see the monster attack King, but King dodges it very easily. With this, he takes another cigarette out of his coat and puts it in his mouth. Watching the monster, King thinks, ever since I attacked this monster's weak point, its speed has slowed down significantly, because it must still be in a lot of pain internally. But then, the monster launches another attack on King, but King dodges this attack as well. However, we see that because of the monster's attack, some of King's hair gets cut. Seeing this, King thinks, I know how I can defeat this monster. Perhaps that is why I am underestimating this monster a bit too much, and now I should not take it so lightly. Otherwise, this monster could be very dangerous for me. But at the same time, a scene of the stairs is shown, where some people are present who are watching King from there. We find out that these people are none other than the same people who came inside the altar with Sachin. Among these people, their leader says, when this boy came here, I thought he wouldn't be able to defeat it alone, but he has been fighting with that monster for so long. This is truly unbelievable. Another person is speaking. I think he is a fool. Did you not see that he is smoking while fighting this beast? Does he really think he has enough time to smoke a cigarette while fighting this beast? We see that other people there are also laughing at King and thinking, we think he is a big fool. He shouldn't have come here alone. He won't be able to handle that monster for long alone and will soon be killed by that monster. Hearing this, their leader says, yes, you are right, but by then this person will have weakened that monster significantly, and we can take advantage of this. We will all kill that monster together, after which we will divide whatever reward we get among ourselves. But just then, we see Sunjun, who shouts very loudly there, saying, King, I have arrived here. No need to worry. I have brought some people here with me, and we are coming down to help you. We see that hearing this, King is quite surprised and thinks, what? What is he doing here? We see Sunjun shouting, just wait a little, I am coming to you soon. Hearing this, that leader says, hey boy, what are you doing? He quickly comes to Sunjun and says to him, friend, listen to me, what are you doing? Please be quiet, otherwise that beast will notice us all, and our lives will be in danger.
Have you forgotten that I told you our plan? We are going to execute our plan. Hearing this, Sanjun says, oh, sorry, I totally forgot your words. The leader says to Sanjun, really? How could you forget such an important thing? With this, Sanjun walks away from there, saying, forgive me, I won't do it again. Hearing this, that person agrees, but at the same time he abuses Sanjun in his thoughts, thinking, this bastard was about to ruin my whole plan. Once we kill this beast, I will kill this bastard too. But at the same time, we see Sanjun smiling, and we see that King has also noticed this and thinks he is definitely planning something. After this, we see all of them walking down the stairs. The leader speaks to that long-haired person, saying, this person is a huge fool. Once we finish this beast, we will deal with both King and Sanjun, after which we will divide their magic stones among ourselves. We see everyone coming down the stairs. However, that person looks at King and thinks, King is much stronger than I thought, and I don't know why, but I feel that King is not fighting this monster with his full potential yet. I can feel that King is a very powerful monster, and if he wanted, he could easily kill us along with this monster. The leader thinks, when King fought those gang members, he defeated them all very easily. Even their boss, who was the strongest among them, was defeated by King with just one attack. But I also saw that when King was fighting those people, he was smiling, as if he was enjoying it.
This clearly means that King enjoys torturing people more than killing them. The leader thinks, we cannot defeat King right now, so I have to wait for the right time, and when the right time comes, I will finish him. With this, we see them coming down the stairs to the first floor. They have come quite close to the first floor, and seeing this, Sanjun is smiling quite a lot. We see that as they are all going down the stairs, that person with long hair asks Sanjun, "Why have you been walking at the very back for so long? Is there some plan going on in your mind?" But at that moment, they see that the stairs have started shaking, due to which they are all quite shocked. And we are shown that the stairs they are standing on break from above, and everyone falls from this floor directly onto the first floor. Seeing this, that long-haired person says, "What just happened, and how did these stairs break so suddenly?" He adds, "That creature said that the altar is very weak, but as long as this monster does not attack the altar, it will not break. So how did these stairs break suddenly?" But just then, we see that the carnivorous beast has reached all these people, and at this moment, it activates its fear skill. And as soon as it activates its skill, the bodies of all the people present here become paralyzed due to fear, and none of them are able to move. Because of this, they are all very terrified. Seeing this, the leader thinks, "Shit, what kind of skill is this? Why are we unable to move our bodies? I have to ask King for help, otherwise this monster will kill us all." Just then, it is shown that King jumps up onto those stairs. Seeing this, the long-haired person says, "Hey, King, where are you going? We came here to help you, but why are you leaving?" The leader is also quite surprised and says, "What?" The leader also speaks to King. "King, where are you going? You should help us. Together we can defeat this monster very easily." The leader thinks, why did King suddenly jump onto those stairs? Is it possible that he has given up on fighting this monster, and now he doesn't want to fight it? Hearing this person, King says, "I was going to fight this alone, and I would have defeated it too. But because of you people, all my hard work has been wasted, because now it will recover both its strength and stamina after eating all of you. And for now, I am quite tired, so I am leaving from here." Seeing this, all those people are quite shocked. But at the same time, we see King looking at his poison bottle and thinking, "I have very little poison left now, and now I must use it correctly." After which, King walks away from there. But at the same time, that long-haired person shouts and says to King, "King, you have to help us. Don't forget that your friend Sanjun is also present here, and if you don't help us, we will kill him." Hearing these people, King says to them, "Do you really think you can harm Sanjun? First, you people should check whether Sanjun is even with you or not." Hearing this, all those people are quite surprised and start looking around for Sanjun, but Sanjun is not present there. We find out that Sanjun is actually present on the stairs. With this, Sanjun laughs and says, "I know that you are all huge fools, but did you really not realize at all that I am the one who attacked these stairs and broke them?" Hearing this, all those people are quite surprised. With this, that long-haired person abuses Sanjun and says, "Bastard, I will kill you. How dare you betray us?" But hearing this, Sanjun says, "Do you really think so? But I think this monster is not going to give you any time for this at all." We see that the monster has come very close to these people. Seeing this monster, all these people are very terrified, and we see that the monster is about to attack everyone. But at the same time, that leader shouts and says to King, "King, you cannot leave us like this. You have to help us, because if this monster eats us and recovers its strength, then as soon as 1 hour is complete, this monster will break this altar and come out, and it will kill all of you too. So help us, and let's all kill this monster together." But hearing this, King says, "I think you people have forgotten what that little creature said. If you have forgotten, let me tell you again that if this monster eats a total of 5 people in a day, then it will go into a very deep sleep, and then it has absolutely no need to go out of the altar." Hearing this, that person is very shocked, and with this, he is looking towards that creature, and we see that the creature has also opened its mouth to eat these people. With this, it attacks all these people, and we see King watching these people dying very silently. But he does nothing here, after which King walks up to Sanjun, and with this he says to him, "Why did you do this? I know you brought these people here on purpose, so what does all this mean? Did you want to help me, or did you want to kill me? And I want you to think carefully about whatever answer you are going to give here, because it could be your last answer." Hearing King's words, Sanjun says, "I came here only so that I could help you. I was just thinking about what method I could use to help you and get close to you, and now I have thought about this. King, I want you to use me, and I am ready to do whatever you want, and I will always follow you. But for this, I only want you to keep me with you, and no matter how difficult a mission you give me, I am ready to do it for you." So after hearing Sanjun's words, King says, "And why should I do that? You know I can solve my problems myself, and I don't need anyone. So why do you want this?" Hearing this, Sanjun says, "Ever since I came into this world, I have seen that every person has only one motive. They want to make themselves strong. And for this, whatever they have to do, that person is ready to do it. But you are completely different from all other people. And I realized this when you fought those gang members and didn't kill a single person, whereas you could have killed them and obtained all their magic stones. And not only that, but you also knew that some of these people would definitely come back later to try and take revenge on you. I don't know what your motive is, but whatever your motive may be, I am ready to do whatever you want for you. In exchange for this, I only want you to give me permission to follow you." But hearing this, King smiles, and with this he walks past Sanjun. King says, "Sanjun, the situation we are in right now is going to become even more difficult moving forward. Do you really think you will be able to handle these situations?" Hearing this, Sanjun says, "King, I know you think that I am still very weak and I am very cowardly, but I guarantee that I will change myself completely, and I will transform myself into the strong person you need. And King, don't forget, you are the strongest among us, and moving forward, there will be many such people who will stand in your way, and I am ready to clear that path for you. And for you, I will kill all those people, and you won't even have to dirty your hands." After hearing Sanjun's words, King thinks, everything Sanjun said here is correct, because moving forward, there will be many people who will try to bring me down, and there will be many people who would want to follow me. But among them, I will need the strongest people who can help me eliminate my enemies. At the same time, Sanjun thinks, King, I know that moving forward, many people will want to follow you, but I want to be the first person among them, because I also know that I am going to get a huge advantage from this, and in the future, I will also be able to become very strong with you, so please let me follow you. To which King says, Sanjun, you are not that strong right now. Do you really think you will be able to help me in the future? Sanjun laughs and says, King, I know I am not that strong right now, but I will make myself very strong very quickly so that I can help you in every way. Hearing this, King says, if that is the case, then fine. For now, you go to that monster. Hearing this, Sanjun is quite surprised and says, King, what are you saying? I didn't understand what you meant. I told you that I will make myself even stronger, and I will never give you a chance to complain again, and whomever you want, I am ready to kill for you. Just let me follow you. But King stops and says, Hey brother, why are you getting so emotional? I meant go to that monster and absorb the magic stones lying near it. Sanjun is also quite surprised and says, Oh, okay, but should I follow you or not? Hearing this, King says, we will talk about this later. Right now, you go and absorb those magic stones. And with this, King starts walking away from there. Seeing this, Sanjun is getting quite angry and thinks, Why isn't King telling me clearly whether I should follow him or not? I have tried so hard, but he is still not ready to accept me." And with this, King also recalls his previous life, where Lakari is telling him, "King, if you want to save humanity by going into the past, there will be many bad people you will have to fight, and you will have to eliminate them. But for this, it is not necessary that you kill those people yourself. You can keep some punishers with you for this, and whenever you are in any problem, your punishers will help you." Along with this, we are told about punishers, that punishers are people who follow their monarch, and they always fight for their monarch. And in my previous life, the strongest punisher was none other than Annie, because she had become a psycho killer. And with this, King thinks, to tell the truth, I had thought about Annie, that I would choose her as a subordinate, after which I would make her a punisher for myself. But if looked at, Sanjun is also very strong, and moving forward, Sanjun is going to become very powerful, and I am quite sure that when my meeting with those monarchs happens, this punisher of mine will help me a lot. And with this, King walks away from there, and with this he thinks, I think my investment in Sanjun is not going to be wasted, so now I should prepare for tomorrow, because tomorrow I have to finish this beast, so that I can also increase my strength even more. After which we are shown the scene of the next day, where we see that a very dangerous fight is taking place between both this beast and King, and we are shown that King is very injured at this moment. And with this, we are told that both King and this monster have had a very dangerous fight with each other, and that altar, which should have broken due to this beast's attacks, is being destroyed due to King's attacks. And with this, we are shown that King has killed this monster right here. And with this, King says, I had much more of a problem killing this monster than I thought, but this bastard has also injured me quite a lot. And with this, we are shown that a secret gate opens here, seeing which King is also quite surprised. But with this, he walks and enters this gate, and we find out that a secret artifact is kept here as a reward for killing this beast. And seeing this secret artifact, King is quite surprised, and he says, I knew that the Berserk monarch had found a very powerful secret artifact here, but I never thought that artifact was you. And we find out that this is actually a ring, which is actually a vampire king's ring, and it is a very powerful artifact. And seeing this, King is getting quite happy, and with this, King says, I always just wondered where that bastard Berserk monarch got this ring from, but today I found out that he got this ring as a reward for killing this beast. And with this, King tells us that inside this world, a magic stone is present inside every living thing. But along with this, there are some such magic stones that have some special skills on them, and after absorbing them, the power of that skill comes inside that person. But many people do not know about this, that there are many such artifacts which contain some special skills, and when a person uses that artifact, they can use its skill. And with this, King tells us about this ring, that in his previous life, this ring was with the Berserk monarch, and through this ring, the Berserk monarch could use a total of 9 skills, and all those skills were so dangerous that whenever people heard the name of the Berserk monarch, their souls would tremble. And from today, this ring is mine. And with this, King wears that ring on his hand, and from the system, it is told that the name of the artifact you have equipped is Nurmaha's ring, and for now, you can unlock one of this ring's authorities. With this, King unlocks an authority called Destruction here. Friends, the skills inside this ring are called authority here, but I will call them skills. We are not told much about this destruction skill here, but maybe we will find out about it later. After this, we see King looking at his stats and thinking, my strength and stamina are both quite good, but the thing I need the most to use Nurmaha's ring is magic, and right now I have absolutely no magic. Therefore, I must first increase my magic stats so that I can use this ring's powers. After which, we are shown the next scene, where we see that King has now come out of the altar and is walking towards everyone. We see Mihi running towards King, and she is very happy at this moment, and says, Sanjun told me that you defeated that carnivorous beast. Is that true? Mihi is just saying this when they hear the sound of the earth shaking violently. At this moment, these people realize that the 1-hour time inside the altar is up, due to which this movement is happening inside the altar. But just then, the altar disappears, and everyone is quite shocked and saying, "This altar suddenly disappeared, which means that King has truly defeated that carnivorous beast." With this, King says to Mihi, "I already told you that defeating that beast is my responsibility, and I have done what I said." Hearing this, Mihi becomes very happy and says, "Yes, you did just as you said." With this, we see Sanjun looking at King and thinking, "I knew that if there is anyone here who can defeat that carnivorous beast, it is only King." King says to Mihi, "There is still 1 week left for the second tutorial, so
We should leave from here and go hunting." And King is walking away from there. But Mihi stands right there and she says, "King, I have thought that I am not going to go with you anymore." Hearing this, King becomes quite surprised and he looks at Mihi. With this, Mihi says, "King, actually I feel that I am not at all qualified to travel with you, and I always feel like I have become a burden on you, and my life is always in danger, and you have to help me. And anyway, Sanjun has offered me to join his team, so I have thought that I will travel with Sanjun from now on." Hearing this, Sanjun is also getting quite surprised, and he says, "I have no problem with this. If you want to come with us, you can come with us." And hearing Mihi's words, King thinks, it is true that ever since Mihi has been with me, she has been very relaxed, and even though she is very talented and she is making herself strong very quickly, Mihi has not yet gained the experience she needs, and perhaps this is good for Mihi too. And with this, King says, "Mihi, if you want to go with Sanjun, I have no problem with it. You can go with them. So okay, I am leaving from here." And with this, King is walking away from there. But at this moment, Mihi walks up to King and says to him, "King, you have helped me a lot so far, but I want that when we meet next time, our meeting should be exactly like we are both friends. And yes, remember this, that the next time we meet, I will not give up so easily. So okay, we will meet soon." Hearing this, King is also smiling, and with this, while leaving from there, he says, "Yes, why not? I will wait for that day." But at this moment, he speaks to Sanjun. "Sanjun, you said that I should use you. So okay, make yourself even stronger. And when you make yourself very strong, come back to me, because perhaps I am also going to need you." Hearing this, Sanjun becomes quite happy, and he says, "Okay, I am ready for this." After this, we are shown the scene from 1 week later, and we are shown that everyone has arrived at the first tutorial area, and King is also present here, and we are shown that
little creature is present in front of these people and says, "You all are very different from the rest of the tutorial areas, and I didn't expect that so many of you would be able to survive here. Well, I know how you people managed to survive here, but I have nothing to do with that, so let it be." Here, this little creature is talking about King, because he also knows that King killed the carnivorous beast, due to which the lives of all these people were saved. With this, the little creature says, "Your second tutorial is going to start at another place, so now I am teleporting you to that place." At this moment, he snaps his fingers, and we see that as soon as he snaps, the bodies of all the people present here start to glow. We see that Sanjun and Mihi are also present here, and Sanjun says, "What is happening? Are we really going to be teleported to another place?" At this time, we see a little girl holding her father's hand and saying, "Dad, I'm very scared. What if we all get separated after teleporting to another place? If that happens, who will protect me?" We see King looking at the situation and thinking, so finally the second tutorial is about to start. Let's see what happens next. After this, we're shown the next scene, where we see that all these people have teleported and arrived at a different place, and seeing this place, everyone is very surprised. We see that the girl who is standing with her father has also been teleported here, and her father is also present. At the same time, the voice of that creature is heard saying to them, "Everyone listen to me carefully. Before starting the second tutorial, you must understand that you have to complete the second tutorial together. But for this, there must be a total of 7 people.
so manage your numbers." Hearing this, everyone is quite surprised and says, "We are a total of 8 people here, so why is this creature saying 7 people? Could it be that we have to kill one person here?" We see that everyone is very shocked because of this. A person with glasses says, "This creature always does something that puts us all in trouble. So how will we decide which person we don't need?" We see a person looking at King and thinking, "This person alone defeated that carnivorous beast, which means he is very strong and we cannot mess with him." Looking at King's weapon, he thinks, "I don't know where this person got this weapon, but looking at it, I can guess that this weapon is very strong." At this moment, we see a girl who walks up to everyone and says, "Friends, I think first of all we should introduce ourselves and show everyone what kind of abilities we have and how we can help others." Hearing this, a person comes forward and says, "If it is about introductions, then I think I should introduce myself first, because I think I am the strongest among you, and my ability is the strongest among all of you." We can see that this person has released his aura on his dagger, and seeing this, everyone around is quite surprised. King looks at this person and thinks the skill this person is using right now is a chi art, through which we can use our aura like a shield, and we can also use our aura on our weapons. We see that the person is quite happy at this moment because he is very confident, thinking that he is the strongest one here. At that moment, we see a person activating his power and saying, "I am a healer, and my skills can heal any person very easily. And I think if we talk about this team, I am the most special person here." After this, we see the person who was thinking about not messing with King. He says, "My name is Han Chel, and I only possess combat skills." But just then, we see that girl's father saying, "What are you all doing?
Do you want to kill the person here who is the weakest? How can you people do this? We are all like a family, and we should all help each other, not kill each other by listening to this creature." Hearing this person's words, no one says anything, and they are all silent. But just then, the person who had shown his aura skill to everyone says, "Hey, beautiful lady, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Are you not going to tell us anything about your skills?" Hearing this, the girl smiles and says, "Oh yes, I haven't told you about myself. My name is Jimin, and as for my skills, I will definitely show them to you." And with this, we see her walking towards that person, giving a very devilish smile. Seeing this, that person becomes quite surprised and says, "Hey, lady, why are you coming towards me? Stay away from me. If you're thinking of attacking me, then forget it. With my skill, I can also attack you." But at that moment, we see that the girl suddenly disappears from in front of that person, and seeing this, that person becomes quite surprised. But we see that she has moved very quickly right behind that person, and stabbing that person with her dagger, she kills him right there. Seeing this, all the people present around are very shocked, and we see those family members among whom that girl has become very terrified and is screaming a lot due to fear. And with this, we see that his magic stones have come out of that person's body. And seeing this, the girl says, "I didn't know that I am so lucky that I would get such a powerful skill so easily." We see that she has picked up that person's skill and is saying, "I liked this skill very much. That is why I have taken this skill from this person. But you people don't need to be so worried. If you want, you can take his remaining stones. I don't want them." And we see Han Chol looking at this girl and thinking, she is saying that she has taken his skill from this person, but this is not called taking a skill. Rather, it is called murdering a person. After which, we see King, who is watching this person, looking at the dead body, thinking that this person was very stupid. If he had a strong skill, he shouldn't have shown it in front of people, and here he is responsible for his own death. And with this, looking at those family members, he thinks, well, it's good that person was killed by this girl. Otherwise, it's possible these people might have chosen one of these family members and tried to kill them. And with this, we are shown that the little creature has arrived here and says, "You people are the fastest.
Do you know other people haven't even been able to decide what they should do yet, whereas you people decided so easily what decision you had to take? And with this, we are shown that he has brought these people to a very different place, and this place looks quite beautiful because there are many mountains flying in the air here. And with this, we are shown that they are currently present in front of a very large bridge. And with this, the little creature is saying, your task is very simple. You have to move forward, passing through these hills for 3 months. And while traveling here, quite interesting things will happen to you. But yes, let me tell you that when you complete this second tutorial, your real adventure in this world will start at that time, and the real enjoyment of your life will begin then. Hearing all these things from this creature, everyone is getting quite surprised. After which we are shown the next scene, where we see that all these people are walking on this bridge going towards the mountain in front. But we see that King is moving ahead of these people with great speed. Seeing this, Han Xiao says, what is the problem with this person after all? He is going over this bridge so fast, as if this bridge is about to break, or he's in too much of a hurry to leave from here. But King is not giving him any reply. And seeing this, that person is getting angry at King and says, why is this person showing so much attitude? Does he think he is the strongest here? But just then, we see that girl's father who shouts and says, shit, hurry up and run from here. At the same time, it is shown that this bridge from behind them is breaking very quickly. Seeing this, everyone becomes very terrified and starts running very fast on this bridge. We're shown that all these people have reached the opposite mountain safely, but they are all panting heavily. Everyone is saying, how did this bridge suddenly start breaking when it looked completely fine? We're shown that the creature has also arrived here, and he says, friends, I forgot to tell you that you have to cross these mountains to reach the last mountain. But as you move towards the next mountains, the island you leave behind will be destroyed. Hearing this, all those people are getting very angry, because this little creature had not told them this before. Han Xiao speaks to King, saying, listen to me. Did you know that the bridge was about to break because you were the first one to cross that bridge and come here? But we see that King does not give him any answer, and seeing this, Han Xiao gets quite angry. He thinks, this bastard is very arrogant. Whenever I have tried to talk to him, he has never answered me. But at the same time, Jimin says to Han Xiao, I think we should follow him. He looks quite confident, and I think if we travel forward following him, we can reach our destination quite safely. After this, we are shown the next scene, where we see that everyone starts following King. And with this, we are shown a scene from a few hours later, where they are all still following King. Han Xiao says, we have been following this person for several hours, but how much longer do we have to keep walking like this? By the way, it is true that ever since we have been following him, no creature or monster has attacked us so far. Does he already know about this path? Jimin says, how would I know about this? Just keep following him quietly. And with this, Han Xiao thinks, this person is very strange, but he looks very relaxed at this moment. And ever since we have been traveling with him, I have seen that this person is so relaxed as if he knows exactly where to go. But at the same time, he sees that King is eating something here. So he says, hey, what are you eating? And we are shown that it is actually tree bark. King says, if you peel the bark off this tree and eat it, it works exactly like a poison antidote, and no poison will have any effect on your body. Hearing this from King, Han Xiao says, how do you know that this is a poison antidote? The thing you ate might also contain poison. But just then, we see that King grabs Han Xiao by his collar and throws him to the ground. Seeing this, Han Xiao is very surprised, but along with this, we are shown that there is actually a snake actually attacked Han Xiao, and King protected him. Han Xiao asks, how did you know that a snake was going to attack me? King tells him, my superpower told me this. Hearing this, Han Xiao is very surprised and says, what? After this, we are shown a scene from some time later, where we see all these people fighting with these snakes, and with this, a snake attacks Han Xiao. But Han Xiao throws this snake away and kills it.
but he sees that the snake has bitten his hand. Han Cho thinks, I also ate the poison antidote King told about, due to which now no snake's poison will affect my body. But due to these snake's attacks, blood is coming out of my body. If I keep wasting my blood like this, it could be a problem for me. But then Han Cho shouts at that girl's father, saying, Hey fool, why aren't you fighting? Can't you see there are many snakes here? And you should also help us in fighting them. Hearing this, that person says, Sorry, I cannot do this. I have to save my daughter and wife here too. And if I don't protect them, then who will protect them? Hearing his words, Han Cho gets very angry at him, but he doesn't say anything to him. But just then he sees that healer boy is also standing here very comfortably. So Han Cho shouts at him, saying, Hey fool, healer, why are you standing here so comfortably? Don't you think you should help us in fighting these snakes? So the healer laughs and says, Han Cho, if you want to fight, then you fight. And I am just a healer, so I will not fight. And you people will have to fight in my place. And if you people get injured, then don't worry, I will heal you. Hearing this, Han Cho says, Oh, is that the case? Okay, fine, come here and heal me. With this, the healer says, Han Cho, first listen to my full point. I will heal you, but you will have to pay a fee for it. And in exchange for the fee, you will have to give me your 3 strength magic stones. And hearing this, Han Cho gets very angry, and he says, What? 3 magic stones? But with this, at the same time, Jimmy says there, if you want to get your body healed, then give him magic stones and get yourself healed. And you are making too much noise here, so be quiet now. Hearing this, poor Han Cho becomes completely silent. But at the same time, we see that family giving their magic stones to the healer and getting themselves healed. After this, we see the healer come back to Han Cho again, and he says, Han Cho, don't think so much. If you want to get healed, you can get healed by giving your magic stones. Hearing this, Han Cho is getting very angry because he didn't want to give him his magic stones. But with this, we are shown the next scene where he has also gotten himself healed. And at the same time, it is shown that Han Cho receives a call from someone. And Han Cho's leader, who is actually a monarch, asks him, Han Cho, what is the place like where you are right now? So Han Cho says, this place is not that special. We are currently inside a jungle, and we are walking towards our destination. Then that monarch says, Han Cho, we have arrived at a central island right now, and you also have to come to this island. And yes, whoever is the strongest person in your team, I want you to have them join our group as well. This will increase our strength even more. Hearing this leader's words, Han Cho says, Sir, don't worry, I will do exactly as you said. After which Han Cho ends his call. And with this, looking at the people present here, he thinks the strongest person among us right now is none other than King. But this person has a bit too much attitude. And with this, looking at Jimmy, he thinks, this girl is exactly like a psycho, because she didn't think even once before killing a person, just for a single skill. After which, looking at that healer, he thinks, this healer is a very greedy person, and apart from healing us, he hasn't helped us in any other way. And in exchange for that, too, he has taken magic stones from us. After which, at the very last, are these family members, but they are all completely useless, because none of them are strong enough to join our group. And with this, Han Cho thinks, I think for now, rather than getting people to join my group, I should pay more attention to protecting myself. And with this, we see King, who has noticed this symbol on Han Cho's hand. And with this, he thinks, this symbol belongs to a monarch, and whoever has this symbol on their hand, it clearly means that this person is a follower of that monarch. And through this symbol, that monarch and his follower can converse with each other from any place, just like a phone call. And with this, King tells us, for now, most monarchs are gathering at the central island because it is the most important place in the second tutorial. And at that place, most people's attempt will be to choose as many followers as possible for themselves so that they can increase their strength. And if I want to compete with these monarchs myself, then I will have to make myself even stronger. And with this, King kills another snake and grabs its crystal from its body, and he absorbs this magic stone. And with this, King thinks, if you want a person to follow you, it does not mean that you have to become their leader. You must have enough strength that people understand that you are worthy of becoming their leader. And we are shown a scene from some time later that all these people have killed a lot of snakes here, and their magic stones have come out of their bodies. And here, those people are talking among themselves. I think there are no more snake monsters here, and now we can comfortably absorb these magic stones. With this, we see King walking forward, and with this, he pushes the bushes aside and is looking at something. And with this, we are shown that there is actually a very powerful and large anaconda snake present here. And after seeing this snake, all the people present here are very surprised. And with this, that girl's father says, "King, are you thinking about fighting this snake? It can be very dangerous, and we could all lose our lives because of it." So King says, "I did not ask you to fight it. I am going to fight this monster alone. You people can leave from here." And with this, King is walking away from there. But with this, that person says, "King, you fight it with that monster. That monster is very strong, and it will kill you. And anyway, we are all just like a family, so we should all travel together so that we can protect each other." So King says to that person, "None of us is family to anyone, and we are all strangers. And from now on, it would be better if you all do not follow me. And now I am leaving." After which we see Jimin, who is leaving from there, and she says, "I think we should leave from here now, because King is going to fight that monster alone. And anyway, that monster is very strong. I don't think he will be able to handle it alone, and he will either come back soon or he will die right there." Hearing this, that person says, "Don't you think we should go and help him, or we should talk to him and bring him with us?" So Jimin says to that person, "You have already talked to King, and he has refused you. And as for fighting that monster, I am not going to fight it. But if you care about him so much, you can go and fight that monster with him." But we see that hearing this, that person becomes completely silent, and we see that all those people are leaving from there. But at the same time, Han Chol thinks, "King is the strongest among us, and he is very talented. If he joins our group, our strength will increase even more." But just then, that healer speaks to Han Chol. "Are you thinking about going and talking to King?" So Han Chol says, "Yes, that is what I was thinking." So that healer says, "I think you should give up on this. Perhaps you people don't know, but when you were coming to me repeatedly to get yourselves healed, that person did not come to me even once to get his body healed. This can only mean two things. Either that person is very strong and does not need anyone's help, or that person is very stupid. And if that person is stupid, he will never be able to survive here and will be killed soon." And saying this, the healer also walks away from there. And with this, Han Chol thinks, "Maybe I should also forget about recruiting him, and now I should also leave from here." After which we are shown the scene of King, who is fighting that monster, and King is launching very powerful attacks on that snake with great speed, which causes a lot of damage to that snake. And with this, we are shown that symbols, exactly like magic stones, are formed on this snake's head. And with this, that monster changes its symbol. Seeing this, King thinks, this monster has changed its defense symbol into a strength symbol, which means that this snake is now about to attack me. And with this, we see that the snake launches a very powerful attack on King with great speed. But we see the King has dodged this attack very quickly, and the snake bites a tree. And with this, we see the King is smoking a cigarette here, and he thinks, this monster is very powerful, and if this snake monster kept growing inside this jungle for a few more years, then after some time it would have become a very powerful carnivorous beast. But its strength right now is much less than a carnivorous beast, and I know how to defeat it. And that snake monster has also come quite close to King now. But at this moment, King runs past the monster's side with great speed, and seeing this, that monster is also quite surprised. But we see that it also also starts chasing King with great speed, and it is coming very fast to bite King. But just then, we see that King stops right here, and jumping very quickly, he attacks the monster's body and delivers a very powerful attack on its head. And we see that King has killed this snake monster right here with this attack. And with this, King says, "Defeating this snake was many times easier than I thought." And with this, we are shown that this snake was actually protecting its egg. And King comes here and picks up this egg. And with this, King thinks, the snake monster I killed here, their babies have a very special ability. And I'm quite sure that its baby will definitely have that ability too. And with this, King takes out a magic stone from his possession and places it in front of that egg. And as soon as it senses the smell of this magic stone, that egg starts to crack. And with this, we are shown a very cute baby snake comes out from inside that egg. At this moment, we see that King has taken out 3 more magic stones from his possession, seeing which that baby snake becomes very happy. And with this, King says, "I know you are very hungry. Come on, eat these quickly now." Hearing King's words, that snake also starts eating these stones. And with this, King tells us that this baby snake has a special ability. And that ability is that if it is fed 3 magic stones, then after eating them, it can give that person 2 magic stones according to their demand. We see that at this moment, that baby snake spits out a magic stone from its mouth that increases magic. And with this, feeding that baby snake, King says to it, "You can take as many magic stones from me as you want to eat. You just have to give me those magic stones that I want from you." Hearing this, that baby snake also agrees to this and goes into King's clothes. And with this, King thinks if any person hears about this snake, they will think that this is a huge loss, because after feeding 3 magic stones, we will get only 2 magic stones in return. But for now, this is very good for me, because I have very low magic stats, and I can increase my magic stats significantly through this baby snake. And for now, I will focus on increasing my magic stats only. After which we are shown the scene of those family members, where that person is looking at a map and thinking, "After looking at this map, I don't understand anything about where we have to go. And we would never have been stuck here if those people hadn't left us behind like this. I have to find the right path somehow so that we can get out of here safely." But just then, they hear the sound of something in the bushes, due to which they get very scared. And with this, that person says, "Who is here? Come out in front of us." And with this, he thinks, who could this be? Has some new person come here, or is there a monster present here? But we are shown that this is actually our king. And seeing King here, these people are quite surprised. And King says to them, "What are you people doing here?" But with this, that person speaks,
"You are still completely fine? Did you escape from that monster?" King says, "What? Why would I run from it? I caught and killed it, and after killing it, I came back." Hearing this, that person is quite surprised and thinks, "I knew this person was very strong, but I didn't think he would defeat that snake monster alone." But with this, King says, "What are you people doing here? And why didn't you go with the rest?" And with this, we're shown a previous scene where that person is saying to them, "How can you people do this? And how can you tell us to go alone from here? You know I have my family members with me, and I need your help to protect them." Han Chol says to him, "Shut your nonsense. You are of no use to us, and you haven't helped us at all so far. So why should we protect your family?" And with this, that healer is saying, "I can't do anything about this either, and I will only heal the person who gives me magic stones. But you have absolutely no magic stones now." And with this, Jimin says, "I think we should leave now because you people have talked enough." And with this, those people leave from here. And with this, we are shown the present scene where that person is saying, "How could those people do this to us? They left us here alone, and they even blocked the path we were going to take." But then we are shown that King is leaving from there. Seeing this, that person is very surprised and says, "Hey King, where are you going? I haven't even finished talking yet." But King says to him, "I have no interest in your conversation, and I am leaving." And with this, we see that person's wife there, who says to him, "Should we follow this person? Maybe this person has a lot of knowledge about this place, and we can get out of here by following him."
And with this, we're shown the next scene where King is walking away, and these people are also following King. And with this, we are shown a scene from a few days later, where we see King fighting with some monsters here, and after killing all these monsters, he takes their magic stones into his possession, and feeding them to his baby snake. And with this, we are shown King's status window, where we see that King's magic stats have now become 58. King thinks, with the help of the baby snake, I am able to increase my magic stats very quickly. And with this, we see King preparing some food for himself from the bodies of those monsters present there. And with this, we are shown those family members here who are still following King. And with this, that girl there says, Father, this person is very strong. In fact, he's becoming even stronger than before. Hearing this, that person's wife says, That is true, but I am happy that this person allowed us to follow him and did not refuse us. After which that girl says to her father, Father, should we also fight monsters and absorb their magic stones? Hearing this, her father says, You cannot do that. If you get injured here, that healer is not here to heal you, so we cannot take any risks. Hearing this, that girl also agrees to this. And with this, we are shown the next scene where all those people start following King again. But with this, all those people are quite surprised because we are shown that King is walking into a tunnel. And seeing King going there, they are saying, Should we follow King here as well? What if there's a powerful monster inside this tunnel that we have to fight? But with this, we are shown that they also enter this tunnel following King. And with this, we are shown that this tunnel is actually a path through which they get out of this place. And with this, we are shown that there are actually a lot of people present here. And seeing all of them, those family members become very happy, and they are saying, We never thought that this tunnel was actually a path. And with this, we see Han Cho there, who is getting quite surprised to see King completely safe and sound. And he thinks, This person is present here completely safe. Does this mean that he defeated that snake monster too? This person is very strong, and I must do something to join him to my group. I must make him join. And with this, we see that the creature is also present here, and he says, You people have arrived here the latest. Do you know I was just about to close this path? At this moment, we see that he snaps his fingers, and as soon as he does this, the tunnel present here closes, seeing which those family members are quite surprised. After which, that creature laughs and says to everyone, So, friends, welcome to a new event of the second tutorial. So let me tell you about what you have to do in this event. All of you have one token each, and these tokens are used to go to these islands present here. And right now, the islands where the most people are present are the Central Island and Southern Island. And to go to these islands, you will be given some boats, but those boats are completely limited. So let me tell you about the entire procedure. And with this, he tells everyone that there are a total of 75 people present here, and the boats present here are a total of 25, and 3 people can sit on each boat. And for this, those people will have to use one token each, and that boat will drop those 3 people on different islands, but they will know nothing about that island. And among the islands present here, there are many such islands where very powerful monsters are present, and they can easily kill any person. And if a person wants, they can choose an island and go there specially. But for this, they will have to use 3 tickets, meaning 3 people will have to use a total of 9 tickets. And yes, let me tell you that when all the boats leave from here, the island on which you are all present will collapse. Hearing this, all the people present here start fighting among themselves, and they're snatching their tickets from each other, because everyone here wants to go to a safe island. And with this, we see King thinking, there is no chance of surviving on this island, and if you want to protect yourself, then you have to choose a special island and go on to it. But to do this, you will need more tickets, and you will have to snatch those tickets from these people. And with this, we see that a person has come to King, and at this moment, that person sits on his knees, and with this, that person is saying, King, please save my family here.
Only you are a person who can help me. And friends, this person is none other than that girl's father. And with this, that person is saying to King, King, you are the strongest, and you are the only person who can help me in snatching their tickets from other people. King says to that person, I have no link with you, and you have to protect yourself and your family yourself. And King tells him to go from here. But that person is not agreeing for this, and he is going on saying to King about this, that he will compensate him for this later, so help him in getting the token. With this, it is shown to us that a person has come here who is none other than Joel, and he kicks that person a very hard kick, after which he grabs that person by his collar, and with this, he is saying to King, are you going to keep listening to this fool's words like this? Instead of helping people like this, it is better to take their tokens and leave them here to die. And with this, he says to King, King, I have a proposal for you. I want you to join our group, and I will also provide you tokens to go to the island you want to go to. With this, he is talking about his teammates. All my teammates are strong, but they are not as powerful as you. So I want you to join our group and help us from now on. And with this, he activates his monarch symbol on his hand. And he says, can you see this mark on my hand? This symbol has been given to us by our leader. And through this, we can talk to each other very easily. And with this, we can also find out each other's location, so that if that person is ever in any problem, then we can very easily help that person. And if you join our group, then I will speak to my leader and get you such a mark too. So what do you think? This is not a bad deal at all.
Join our group, and in exchange we will help you a lot in becoming even stronger. But we see that King refuses this and says, I have absolutely no interest in this. You can leave from here. Hearing this, Hancheol becomes quite surprised and says, what? Why don't you want to join our group? Has someone else given you an offer? Or is it that you don't know the value of these groups yet? Perhaps you don't know about this, but moving forward, many people might have to work together. And at that time, if you are a member of a group, you won't have to face many problems. Hearing this person's words, King thinks, after all, who can understand this better than me? I was a member of Lakari's group, and our group was the strongest among all monarch groups, and we all completed very powerful missions together. But in this life, I'm not going to do anything like this, because this time I have to become the strongest in the world very soon. After which Hancheol says, King, you are really very rude, but what can I even do about this? At this moment, he throws a token on the ground and says, I snatch this token from this person and you can keep it. And anyway, it is a great shame that I couldn't add a talented person like you to my group. But this offer of mine is always available for you, and whenever you want, you can join my group. I will wait for you. Looking at this token, King thinks, what does this fool think? That if he gave me a token, I will join his group? Perhaps he considers himself a bit too smart. And with this, we see quite a lot of people here who, when they see a token lying on the ground, start running towards this token very fast. We see that a person has grabbed that token, but at the same time, we see that the person whose token it was grabs that person's leg and says, please give this token back to me. This is my token. That person says, hey fool, get back from me, otherwise I will kill you. And we see that he has also taken out his dagger. But just then that person's daughter grabs that person's hand and says, please don't kill my father, and return his token. But just then we see that person grabs the girl by her neck and says, shut your nonsense and give me your token too. And with this, that person kills the girl with his dagger. Seeing this, the girl's father and his wife go into deep shock and start crying right there. And with this, King tells us, I wanted to save these people's lives by helping them, but I cannot interfere between people, because whatever is happening here is all that creature's plan. And during this event, I cannot help any person, because if you want to survive, you have to fight another person and snatch their token. And obviously, that person is not going to give you their token so easily, and that is why many people here will kill each other for tokens. But just then, King hears someone's voice saying, why did you reject Hancheol's offer when it was such a great offer? And we are shown that this person is none other than Jimin. Seeing Jimin here, King says to her, I was not interested in joining that group. That is why I rejected him. Hearing this, Ji-min takes off her gloves and says, I think you probably did that because that group is not that powerful, so I also want to give you an offer. Would you like to join a strong group? And with this, we are shown that a monarch's mark is also made on Ji-min's hand, but we see that King immediately rejects her. Seeing this, Ji-min says, Oh, what is this? I thought perhaps you wanted to join a strong group, but you have rejected me too, so perhaps I should leave from here now. And with this, Ji-min walks away from there, saying, There are many people who would want you to join their group, but remember, if you ever join a group, that group should be powerful enough that when you need their help, they definitely come to help you. And with this, we are shown that all the boats present here have flown away, and we are shown that only one boat is left here now. Seeing this, King thinks, Here, now very few people are left, and among them, very few are alive. And with this, King thinks, I should have saved all the people present here, but I cannot save these people no matter what. And the truth is that if I want to use that boat too, I will have to acquire their tokens from these people. And with this, we see that King takes out his weapon, and with this, King is walking towards those people. And with this, he is thinking, I should just remove this from my heart now that I cannot save these people. And if I want to make myself strong, I will have to make this decision. And with this, we are shown a very badass look of King. And with this, King says to all those people, You have only one choice. Give your tokens to me, or else after killing you, I will take your tokens myself. After this, we are shown the next scene, where we see King sitting alone on his boat, flying away from this place. And with this, he is taking out crystals from his possession and feeding them to his baby snake. And with this, we are shown that the creature is also present here, saying to King, You are truly a very interesting person. I did not think that you would snatch their tokens from those people, whereas I was thinking that you would try to protect the people here in some way. But the truth is that whatever humans expect, it never happens like that, and things always happen differently. And with this, we see that the creature leaves from here. And with this, we see King, who is thinking, This creature thinks that my goal was to save people, but the truth is that my goal is to make myself the strongest, and I know what is going to happen in the future, and for that, I will have to ready myself. And for this thing, I will have to go to the central island first. And with this, we are shown the scene of the central island. And with this, we are being told by the storyteller that the central island is an island that is full of treasures. And a very large castle is present in the central island, where everyone stays. And inside this castle, there are some dungeons present where people go inside and fight with monsters, can make themselves even stronger by fighting monsters. And inside these dungeons, many people also find very powerful and good artifacts. And along with this, a very large crystal is also present inside this castle, which the people present here have to protect, because every day a wave of very powerful monsters attacks this castle, and all humans have to fight against all these monsters. And with this, we are shown that many skeleton monsters are attacking this castle, and there are many people present here who are protecting the castle, but we are shown that these monsters are very powerful, and all the people present here for defense are very weak, due to which all these monsters kill these people. After which we are shown the scene inside the castle where a person is saying, if this continues, we won't be able to handle these monster waves for long, so we will have to make some rules. And with this, we find out that all the people present here are actually monarchs. So we are told about this person here whose name is Park, and this person is the monarch of the MK clan group. And friends, this person is Han Chio's leader. And with this, we are shown another person here whose name is Juyan. And Juyan says, so how are you going to do this? And where are the rest of the monarchs? Why haven't they come here yet? And with this, we are shown a very beautiful lady here whose name is Shaya, and she is the leader of the Noah clan group. Shaya says, I don't think it would have been of any use even if those people were here. And anyway, all the strongest monarchs are present here, so we don't need to discuss this with them. And with this, we are shown another monarch here whose name is Lee, who is perhaps the monarch of an assassin group. Lee says, Park, do you have any plan on how you are going to strengthen the defense? So Park says, Lee, you also know that only a few people have joined groups so far, and there are many people who are not affiliated with any group yet. Therefore, we have to do whatever it takes to add the strong people among them to our groups.
Hearing this, Shia says, Park, do you really think those people will listen to you? I do not think they will join our groups without any profit. Hearing this, Park says, we have no choice, so I think maybe we will have to add these people to our group by force. Then Lee says to Park, Park, perhaps you do not know about this, but in the area where the dungeons are present, some powerful people have come together to form a new group, which they have named the Basement Alliance, and inside it there are many such people whose strength is very high, and I do not think we can handle them. And with this, we see Shia, who is in quite a lot of tension at this moment, and she is thinking, we have a huge shortage of people right now, and all our people who are protecting the castle have now become very injured, and they cannot fight anymore. And inside the Basement Alliance, there are many people who are very strong, but they have not come forward yet. And if those people help us, we can very easily protect the castle for 1 month. But the main problem is that those people are only focusing on the dungeons because they are finding very powerful artifacts inside the dungeons. But we have to get those people to join us somehow, because among all the monster waves that have come so far, every wave is much stronger than the previous wave. But with this, we are shown that Jimin has arrived here, who is quite happy, and she is calling out to Shia. And with this, Jimin comes to Shia and says, Sister, do you know, I have brought very good news for you. Hearing this, Shia says, Jimin, I am not in the mood for pranks at all right now. Please leave from here. A very important meeting is taking place here. But with this, Jimin says, Sister, perhaps you do not know, but a person went and beat up the people of the Basement Alliance very badly, and he has made all those people ready to protect the castle. Hearing this, Shia becomes quite surprised and says, What? Who is that person after all? With this, we are shown the next scene, where we see a person shouting at someone, saying, I told you I am ready to listen to you, but not from today, from tomorrow.
I will help you stop the monster waves, but from tomorrow, because today I have to go to the dungeon again, and by going into the dungeon, I will make myself even stronger. But just then, a person attacks this person with his weapon, due to which that person falls right there. And with this, we are shown this person who is smoking a cigarette, and he is saying, Stop your nonsense. From now on, all of you present here will protect the castle from all the monster waves that are going to come, and whoever refuses to do this, I will kill you. And with this, we see that fallen person there who is looking at this person and thinking, Who is this person after all? He is very strong. Is this person a monarch? But why haven't I heard about him before? And with this, we are shown that this person is none other than our king, who has completely changed his dressing. And with this, King is saying, My weapon is in your shoulder. Give it back to me. But just then, we see another person here who shouts and says, How dare you give us orders? Do you really think that we will follow your orders? I will kill you. And we see that he has taken out an artifact from his possession, which is actually a knife, and he is going to attack King with great speed. And seeing this person coming towards King, King thinks, his knife is quite good. It will suit my hands very well. And we see that as soon as that person comes to attack King, King delivers a very powerful punch to his stomach. But he does not stop here. Instead, he lands another very powerful punch on that person's face and knocks him to the ground. Seeing this, all the people present here are very shocked. And with this, King laughs and says, If any other person among you also wants to fight me, I have no problem with it, and I am ready to fight you. But I cannot guarantee that you will survive after fighting me.
Ting speaks to everyone present here very angrily that they should all give him their tokens. Otherwise, after killing them, he will take their tokens. So everyone present there got very scared and they all give their tokens to King. And we saw that king comes to the central island through that boat. And we saw that king had beaten the people of the basement alliance quite a lot on the central island and got them to agree that they will also fight on the front line. So now ahead at the start of the episode, we are shown that king is sitting right in front of these four monarchs present here. And seeing king in front of him, Park is thinking, is this the person Hancheol told me about? And I have heard that he alone has beaten quite a lot of people of the basement alliance. Is this true? After which king says to all those people, I have talked to the people of the basement alliance and now you people add all the powerful people present inside the basement alliance into your groups so that the defense of this castle can be increased even more. And if any person among them does not listen to you, then tell them that this is my order. And if they did not listen to you, then they will have to face me. So hearing king's words, Shaya is thinking, what does this person want after all? If we add people to our groups, then only we are going to benefit from this, and this person will not get any benefit from this thing. Is it possible that this person has already made a plan which he is going to execute later? After which Lee says to King, you yourself are an unaffiliated person and you are talking about adding people to groups here. Come on, even if this thing is accepted that after adding people to groups only we will benefit from this thing, but how should we trust you? It is possible that you have already made a plan and it is also possible that you are affiliated with some other monarch, but that monarch has asked to keep this thing secret and that monarch has sent you here to kill us. Hearing this, king says, I have no connection with any monarch, and if I wanted to kill you people, then there is no such person among you who could stop me. And with this, we see that king has stood up.
With this, Lee says, what do you think? Just because you defeated some people of the Basement Alliance, do you think you have become strong enough to take on all of us monarchs? If you think that, then it is a huge mistake on your part. If we wanted, we could kill you right here. And with this, King laughs and says, do you really think you can kill me? If you think so, then why don't we try it out? Saying this, King activates a bracelet on his hand, causing him to disappear from in front of them. Seeing this, everyone present is quite shocked, saying, where did this person go? Park says, this person has used an artifact here and has become invisible. Did he really come here to attack us? But with this, Lee says, you don't need to get distracted. I can feel that person is still standing in his spot. Attack him. We will kill him right here. But we see that King has placed his dagger on Lee's neck, and he says, if I wanted, I could slit your throat right here. But as I told you, I have no motive to harm you, so you don't need to worry about this. We see that finding King right behind him, Lee becomes very terrified and thinks, damn it, I thought this person was right in front of me, but I didn't even realize when he got behind me. At that moment, King throws that person to the ground, and with this he tells them, I have no intention of harming you, so from now on you all should just focus on protecting the castle. We see that none of the people present there say anything because everyone has understood that King is stronger than all of them. After this, we see King walking out of this hall and he thinks, these people think they are strong enough to solve all the upcoming problems, but they don't know that the problems ahead are going to be very dangerous. And we see that as King is leaving, a lady arrives there saying, are you not going to reply to me again today? How many times have I asked you to join our clan or not? And with this, we are shown that this person is none other than Ji-min, and Ji-min is saying to King, today you will have to tell me about this. After which Ji-min says to King, I want you to join our group. Why don't you do it? Is there a problem with joining the group? I've heard from people that there was a girl named Mihi with you in the first tutorial. Is it that you are waiting for that girl? And with this, Ji-min looks at King and thinks, King did not give any reaction after I mentioned that girl's name. This means that King has no feelings in his heart for that girl. After which Ji-min laughs and says to King, King, you're all alone here, and you must get quite bored here, so join our party. There are very friendly people here. And anyway, now you're going to protect the castle with us. But King ignores Ji-min and very silently goes straight towards the city walls. Seeing this, Ji-min is quite surprised, and she shouts,
King, you are really very annoying." But still, King does not give her any reply, and he silently leaves from there. After which we are shown the next scene, where we see a person saying to Han Cho, "Sergeant, as you said, all those people who were injured have been sent inside the castle to rest." So Han Cho says to that person, "You did a very good job." And with this he is saying, "Today we finished the monster wave in very good time, and there are very few people who were injured. But I do not understand if this happened because the people of the Basement Alliance have joined us, or if this happened because this single person present here handled more than half of the monsters alone." And Han Chol is talking about none other than King here. And with this, Han Chol is getting quite angry at King, and he's thinking, "I wanted to get him added to my group, but whenever I go to him, he just keeps ignoring me. I don't know what this person's problem is, but I am not going to leave him like this either, and I will make him join my group." And with this, we are shown that a dimension crack opens here, from which that creature
comes out. And with this, he is laughing and saying, "I know you all must have missed me a lot, so I have brought very good news for you here." And seeing this creature here, everyone is quite surprised, and they are thinking, "What did he say? He has brought good news for us here? But why does his smile make it seem like it is not really good news?" And with this, that creature laughs a lot and says, "So, friends, that good news is that from today onwards, whenever you defeat the monster waves, after finishing those monster waves, daily demons will appear, and you will have to fight those demons as well. And the best news in this is that I know that whatever skeleton monsters you kill here, you get no benefit from it, because no crystals come out of them. But don't worry, because whatever demons appear here, you will get a lot of crystals from their bodies, and you can use all those crystals in a shop given inside your status window, and you can buy weapons, artifacts, and even medicines for yourself there." And seeing this option in their status window, everyone is getting very surprised, and some of them are saying, "These features were not in this status window before. Are these new features that have just been added?" And with this, we are shown that a very large dimension crack opens at this place, and we see that a very powerful demon is coming out from inside this crack. And we are shown that this demon looks quite powerful, and with this, it comes out and lets out a very powerful roar. And after hearing this demon's roar, all the people present here are very terrified, and they are saying, "Will we have to fight this demon? This looks very powerful. Will we be able to defeat it?" And with this, we see that the demon is walking towards these people. And with this, a voice of a person comes from among all those people, who shouts and says to all of them, "Everyone, get back from my path." And in this situation, it is shown that this person is none other than King, who takes a very high jump and goes to attack that monster. And King launches a very powerful attack on that demon with his heavy sword. But we see that the demon has blocked this attack very easily with its right hand, and at this moment it launches a quite powerful attack on Kin with its left hand. But Kin has dodged this attack by jumping quite easily, and with this he moves quite far back from that demon. And with this, watching this demon, Kin thinks that this demon is a low-rank demon, but this demon's body is also quite strong, and if I want to defeat it, I will have to land a very powerful hit on it. And at this moment, we see that Kin activates his shoe artifact, and we are told about these artifacts that through them, any person's speed increases significantly for a few minutes, and at this moment, we see that running with very high speed, Kin launches a very powerful attack on that demon, and we see that a quite dangerous fight has started between both that demon and Kin, where Kin is attacking that demon very quickly, and that demon is unable to dodge these attacks of Kin. But just then, we see that the demon charges some power in its hand, and launches a very powerful beam attack on Kin, which Kin tries to block with his sword, but we see that he hits the wall with great force, due to which a huge explosion occurs here. But with this, we are shown that Kin is completely fine at this moment, because Kin has activated his ring skill Destruction here,
And with this, we are told about this destruction skill, that it is a skill where Kin, using his mana, can make any of his weapons very strong, and with this, both the attack and defense of that weapon increase significantly, after which Kin starts fighting with that demon again, and we see all the people present here watching Kin fight. But with this, Han Cheol is saying to his leader, "Leader, this demon looks quite powerful. Are we also going to fight with this demon?" Hearing this, that leader says, "Yes, get ready. We are going to attack that demon very soon." Hearing this, Han Cheol says, "Leader, don't you think that demon
could be quite dangerous?" So Park says there are quite a lot of people here who want to kill this demon and take its crystals, and soon all these people attack this demon. And we see that exactly that happened here, because all the people present here jump and come to fight with this demon, because they all want to kill it and take its crystals. And with this, Jimin says to Shaya, "Sister, should we go and kill this demon? Because through the crystals we will get after killing this demon, we can buy any artifact from our status demo shop." Hearing Jimin's words, Shaya says, "Yes, you are absolutely right, but for now I want to observe King's fight a little more, and I want to see how talented King is after all." And with this, we see that when King is fighting with that monster, many people have come here. And seeing these people here, King thinks, "Are all these people fools? If I can fight with this demon, do they think that they can also fight with this demon? But only I know that in a little while, this monster will activate a very dangerous and powerful skill of its own, through which it will kill many people here in one go." And after this, King sees that the demon is activating its skill. And seeing this, King shouts and says to all those people, "Hurry up and get back from here. This monster is about to use some skill, and all of you will be killed." Hearing King's words, all those people are saying, "What is the problem with this person after all? Does he want us to leave from here so that he can kill this demon alone and take all its crystals? We will not do that." But just then, we see that the demon activates its skill, and at this moment it delivers a very powerful punch to the ground. And we see that this is actually a fire skill, through which a lot of fire spreads throughout the area here. And seeing this fire, a person shouts and says, "No need to be afraid of this fire. This is definitely a normal fire. No matter how strong this fire may be, it cannot cross my shield and harm me, because this shield of mine is a very powerful artifact." But just then, we see that as soon as that fire touches that shield, Jimin, Shaya, the person's whole body catches fire, due to which he starts screaming very loudly. And seeing this, everyone present here becomes very terrified and starts running away from here. But we see that King is still standing right there. And with this, King is thinking, "My skill Destruction has a very powerful defense, and Destruction is a skill that can neutralize any powerful attack of its opponent. And if I use this skill correctly, then I can very easily protect myself from this fire." And at this moment, King activates his skill Destruction, through which he covers his entire sword in his mana, and King delivers a very powerful slash here. And we see that as soon as King makes this attack, he cuts this entire fire into two parts, due to which that fire gets extinguished. And seeing this, that demon is also quite surprised, and he is coming to attack King in great anger. But just then we see that King also goes to attack this demon with great speed. And with this, we see Lee here, who is watching King, and he's thinking, "This person is truly a monster. He's able to fight that monster even inside such powerful fire." After this, we see Park, who says to Han Shaw, "Han Shaw, this demon's fire is very strong, and we will not be able to protect ourselves from this fire, so we have to come up with a backup plan." And with this, we see Jimin, who is becoming quite happy seeing such strength of King. And with this, Shaya is thinking, "Unbelievable, this person is truly very strong." And with this, it is shown to us that King has activated his full power, and he kills that demon right there by landing very powerful slashes on it. After which we are shown the scene of the next day, where we see that everyone is getting ready to fight with the monster wave coming today, and they are gathering all the supplies. But with this, we are shown Jimin here, who is waiting for a person here.
But just then, a person has come here who says, "Are you waiting for King here again? Do you really think that he will join your clan?" We are shown that this person is Han Chul, and he says, "We have both asked King many times to join our clan, but I do not think he has even the slightest interest in joining our clans." Hearing this, Jamin says, "Yes, I know, but I will keep trying until he joins a group." Hearing this, Han Chul gets quite surprised and says, "You are really quite strange. But it is true that King is indeed very strong, which is why all the monarchs want to add King to their clan." But just then, Han Chul senses something and immediately turns around to look back. Seeing this, Jamin gets quite surprised and says, "What are you doing after all? Is there a problem?" Han Chul says, "I suspected that someone was watching me. Maybe it was my imagination." But along with this, we are shown that Lee is watching Han Chul from the window. And with this, he speaks to a person here and asks, "Did you bring the report I asked for regarding King?" We see that an assassin is present here, and she says, "Boss, I have found out everything about King. King spends most of his time in dungeons, and when it is time for the monster wave to arrive, King comes back here. And even at this moment, King has gone inside a dungeon." Hearing this, Lee says, "I knew this. Person is making himself strong very rapidly." And with this, he asks, "Okay, tell me, why haven't our group members arrived here yet?" Then that assassin says, "Sir, do not worry. I have told everyone that you have summoned them here, and they will be here very soon." And with this, we are shown that quite a lot of members of this person's group have arrived here. And seeing them here, Lee says, "So you guys have arrived." After which, Lee says to his group members, "Now what I am going to talk to you about here is very serious, so everyone listen to me carefully." After this, we are shown a scene of the next dungeon where King has killed all the monsters present inside this dungeon. And with this, King is thinking while looking at his needle sword. "My needle sword has now become completely useless, but it supported me a lot in getting here." After which, King throws away this needle sword. After which, King opens his crystal shop. And with this, King is thinking, "I have a total of 6 crystals present, and there are quite a lot of things available to buy here, but I should buy a weapon for myself." And right now, we see that King buys a weapon for himself from here. And with this, we are shown that quite a lot of chains are attached to this weapon of King. And we are shown that this is a dagger-type weapon with chains attached to it. And with this, King holds these weapons in his hands, and he says, "I have used this weapon for a long time in my previous life, and this weapon is going to be very useful to me in all the upcoming events."